Weathers, you should be in the makeup ring. We are ready to get underway. Please bring in that first class, Class 1, Meet Goat Weathers. These weathers weigh 50 to 55 pounds. Class 1, in the ring, please. Well, good morning and welcome to your Indiana State Fair. On behalf of our Fair Board Director, Miss Gwen Mize, our Sheep Barn and Goat Barn Superintendent, Miss Cindy Cunningham, our barn staff managers, Carol and Dan Willoughby, welcome to your Indiana State Fair. Once again, guys, if you didn't catch the announcement earlier, we will be entering the makeup ring in the southwest corner. You will be exiting the show ring out the southeast corner. We'll try to give everybody plenty of time to get here, but we do need you to be here on time. We're not going to wait for you. We're not going to hunt you down. So be ready and be here on time for your class. First call, Class 2. Class 2, Meet Goat Weathers. This is your first call to the makeup ring. Well, we'd like to take this opportunity and introduce our judge for the day. Please meet Mr. Skyler Scotton. Skyler is from Nevada, Missouri. He grew up raising show cattle and goats with his family. He was an active member in 4-H and FFA and judged livestock at a collegiate level. Skyler currently resides in Lubbock, Texas, where he is the livestock judging coach and PhD candidate studying ruminant nutrition at Texas Tech University. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together. Give a warm Hoosier welcome to Mr. Skyler Scotton.
Test 1, 2. All right, I want to formally welcome everybody to the Goat Show here at the Indiana State Fair, a day that I've been looking forward to for quite some time. And I'll be honest with you, walking in this morning, I had goosebumps, and I am ready to roll, and I'm really, really excited to see what hits the gate today. First class in the day is always kind of the tone setter and the pace car for what we want to do and how I want to shape the show. I think we have got 5 really, really nice ones here on the front line, and I thought it was interesting. There's a pair of them here that represent just a little different kinds, but I think good stock nonetheless that I've got to make a decision on and decide and hang my hat on this first class. Where do we want to go from here all the way to our last class and follow that trend and set that mold early on in this morning? Here's the deal. When they come through that gate right there, I need something that can move with the big paws and can roll. This one that wins, I think, does that. This is one good-looking rascal from the side. I think relative to his weight, I really like his maturity. That is a long neck, flat back one that I love the length of his hip. You see him in the way he sets down his hind leg. It's square, it's bendy, and it's built right. and you just study these two from the side. This goat sets better in his midloin. He's higher there at the base of his tail, and he wedges a little tighter there at the top of his shoulder. It's interesting on this little red tail goat because when you get right around behind him, and you study him down his midline, this goat packs some heat right there out of the back of his blade, and he's actually got some spring to his upper hip. He's better in his skeleton than the goat in second. I thought he represented just a little more horsepower than the 1 in 3. Nice class winner and a good way to start the day. My compliments to you. Nice job. The one here in second's interesting because that's the stout skull, the big forearm and big chest that I'm going to be after as we go into a little more heavier weight goat that I'm needing a little more strength and endurance in. I love the way he handles. He's got a big old back in him. He's rolled upright in his rib cage, and his upper hip is big. When this goat takes off and goes, all 4 feet want to point a different direction. He wants to toe out up front. He's a little coarser in his hock. He bows out there, and he wants to hop on those hind legs. I need him to grab a gear and go and just be a little more athletic in his stride, but that's a really, really nice one to go there in second. This goat here pairs up better with our class winner in terms of elevation and look from the side. I love his feet and his leg structure. I think this goat is the kind that can reach 100 pounds later into the fall and still look fresh and good compositionally. Today and where we're at the Indiana State Fair, I've got to have more heat coming down his back. I've got to have just a little more shape to his upper hip and through his thigh. For me personally, he just didn't meet the minimum threshold of extra width and muscularity that I'm after. I like this goat here in terms of his power and just his bulk, and the one that comes in 4. Big top, thick-ended. He's big and broad right there over his 13th. I step back. I study this goat from the side. He wants to get a little off right in behind his blade. He doesn't want to balance good enough in terms of the point of his shoulder and the way he goes up and there forward. But I do like that goat from his mid-rib back. I think he brings a lot of value. A nice little lightweight goat here that fits his weight well. An earlier maturing type that's got a big top and he's really thick-ended. Young lady's doing a nice job showing him. He's big around his front foot and stout in his forearm. He's popping with a little just fungus and staph right there at the crest of his neck, and he's wanting to get a little stale hiding on us. I need to make that goat blend a little better from the profile. As we work on down the line, goats in 6, 7, 8, and 9. I thought these were nice built goats that have a good look of quality. They got to bring just a little more punch underneath and a little more whiskey to their barrel. I really, really like this pair of goats right here. Just need a little more power, and the 2 gentlemen are doing a great job there. We just wish those goats were a little fresher compositionally. Great job. Let's compliment them on a nice round of applause. Great way to start our day here at the Indiana State Fair. Nice job, guys.
We are ready for that Class 2. Class 2 meat goat wethers. These wethers weigh 58 to 60 pounds. Class 2 in the ring, please. Results of Class 1. Class 1 meat goat wethers. First place, and congratulations, Reese Oliver. Second place exhibitor, George Lykin. Third was Caleb Freed. Fourth place, Willa Burns. Fifth place exhibitor, Sadie Sutter. Sixth place was Hallie Paul. 7, Levi Crone. Eighth place was Callan Lordy. And ninth was Damon Husband. Once again, congratulations to those Class 1 meat goat wether exhibitors. First call, Class 3. Class 3, Meet Goat Weathers. We need you ringside and ready, please. Class 3, Meet Goat Weathers. For those of you around ringside that maybe have family and friends back home that couldn't make it to be here at the Indiana State Fair, let them know that we are live streaming our goat show and weather dam show later this morning. ringsidelive.com. ringsidelive.com is the website that they want to go to, and they can watch real time while the children are in the show ring. ringsidelive.com. Exhibitors, just another housekeeping note. We are going to show straight through all the classes, so class 1 through class 16. Then at the conclusion of class 16, we'll come back. We'll pick our Division 1 champion, reserve champion. We'll do our Division 2 champion, reserve champion, Division 3 champion, reserve champion. Before we end the show. So we will select our division champions at the end of the classes. Before we go into the weather dams, at the end of the weather classes, we will select our division champions to see who gets the opportunity to go to the Coliseum and play on the dirt tonight.
good class in a nice way to work through our middle or lightweight division here. And I think a set of goats in our top 5, maybe a little different in their kind, but I think high quality nonetheless. And goats that I think work up from 5, build just a little more steam, a little more heat down their back and from behind. When I get right here, and I'm going to settle on this view a lot today, this 3/4 view, I can tell a lot. When I study our class winner from right here, I thought it's this goat and then the field. I thought he had to start this class. I think relative to his weight, I really, really like this goat's just bulk and maturity right through his rib cage. Just in terms of handle, I know we've only had 2 classes, but that's the biggest, broadest back and the best rib cage we've had in the ring this far today. He is big in terms of his loin edge. He's stout in his upper hip, and I really, really like his hind leg. When he takes off and goes, that thing has got a beautiful neck. It's round and it's tight. He's got the cobra look up front and a big forearm to match it. Now, I tell you, he's not perfect. We could set his shoulder and his front knee just a little square to the dirt up front, but I think right here he still balances tremendous. He's got a beautiful look. He's super fresh, well presented, nice one to start the class. I really like the type and kind here, the one in second. We're getting in a lot of goats and a lot of different shows. This goat could probably be a little further down the line. Some will call him a little quick, small, and chunky, and ultimately that's why he does get beat by our class winner. But I'm going to tell you, this is good livestock, and if you raise this kind, you appreciate him. He's moderate, he's sound, he's big-legged, he's got some bulk to him. He just doesn't blend and balance like what our class winner does. He just looks a little short and chunky out here. I need to lengthen him out of his rump, lengthen him out of his neck, and tie him a little broader into his loin edge. I like this goat here from the profile. He's smooth and he transitions well. He sets in goat in his shoulder blade. He's long-necked. He's got some length from his last rib back in him. I study this goat from right here. He's just got to have more pop and flair to his upper hip and right through the seat of his britches. I just wish this goat was a little stouter and a little more intense in terms of his muscularity, but I think for long term he's built correct. He's got a good look to him. It just probably needs just a little more time and maturity for that goat to look his best. Young lady, you do a nice job right here, and I like this goat. He kind of worked up the line just a little bit more, and I think right here is the best view I've had of him so far today. Over here on the side, he gets a little high back and high right in the center of his loin. It causes him to not balance. But what's deceiving about yours, when I come up and handle him and I touch him down his back, I think that's a really fresh back. He's got a big loin edge, and he's big in his upper hip, and I like your goat. He's just a little high back, and he doesn't balance quite as good. Thank you. You're a great listener, too, and I appreciate that. This young man here in 5's got a nice goat. From his last rib forward, I really like him. He's got a nice top in him. He's round and he's elevated in his rib cage. A goat that's got some length of body. He's just a little tight, and where his loin hooks up into his hip, he's a little more prominent in his jump muscle, a little shallower in his twist. I'd like to see him balance just a little bit better from his sheath back into his flank and then back into his hind leg. Like I said, front half of that goat's really nice. We run into a little bit of a snag from his sheath back. This goat here has got some power to him. He just is a little plain in motion. He loses his top line, but I think he is sound enough and he's got some width. I just need to make him a little neater. This goat here that comes in 7, young lady does a nice job with. He runs uphill. He's got a good look to him in his head, neck, and shoulder blade. He wants to bloat, hold a little air. It's taken away from his back. He just needs a little bit more from behind as I study him right through his leg and stifle. I like the brown goat. He's a neat-looking rascal. He runs uphill. He's sound. I really, really like where his tail sets into his hip. I wish he had a little more bone. I wish he had a little more skeletal width. And then the 2 goats that remain, the young ladies are doing a very nice job. They're sound, late maturing goats that I think are better at a heavier weight. Today they look a little flat, skinny, and immature. Great way as we kind of start working through this lightweight division. Very proud of the goats that have been not only on up the line, but all the way through. Tremendous job, guys. Let's compliment them, pay them off for their hard work and efforts. Thank you.
Our next class will be Class 3. Class 3 meat goat wethers. These wethers weigh 61 to 64 pounds. Class 3, in the ring, please. Results of Class 2. Class 2 meat goat wethers. First place, and congratulations, Stormy Swaim. Second place exhibitor, George Lycan. Third was Bowen Clifford. Fourth place exhibitor, Brackley Fulford. Fifth was Jack Rosenberger. Sixth place exhibitor, Grant Hall. 7, Molly Trammell. Eighth place was Madeline Brockhouse. And ninth was Chloe Brown. 10th place exhibitor, Heather Stiegel. Once again, congratulations to those Class 2 Meat Goat Weather exhibitors. Class 4 Meat Goat Weathers. We need you ringside and ready, please. Class 4 Meat Goat Weathers. Ringside and ready, please. Aubrey Rothenbuehler. Aubrey Rothenbuehler, we need you for Class 4. Aubrey Rothenbuehler.
This here is the first decision I've really had to make today, and this top five, very, very good. And I'll be honest with you, I promise you I'm not dazed, lost, or confused. I'm trying to get the views right that I need, and I want to get this show right. I promise you we've got the ring for a good amount of time today, and I'm going to enjoy my time here at the Indiana State Fair. I'm not going to rush through it. I understand that this is the biggest day of the year for a lot of you in this barn, or the majority of you, and I'm going to get my very best job to get these things lined up how they need to go. I'm comfortable, and I'm very, very happy with our class winner. I think there's goats in 2 and 3 that have really high likability, but I think they've got a problem or two we need to tweak. Here's what I like about our class winner, and it's this view from where I'm sitting right here. I can live, and I can really, really like that goat's just turned to his rib. I really like just the length and strength of his top line, the set to his hind leg. That goat has got a good rump shape. He's fresh. He's got a beautiful hind leg. I love the color. I love the shape of his skull. He represents a lot of quality. Now, what I'm just scratching my head a little bit on this guy. When I get to the front view of him, he's not just square and opened up in his chest like probably what I like, and he needs a bigger front foot and forearm just to say that I am the bad cat that needs to win this class. But from right here, he's the most problem-free goat that has enough quality, that's got a really round rib cage, a fresh look, and a great touch, and I think he needs to start. I like the goat here that comes in second, and I'm telling you, if this goat was just a little better in his rump and hind leg design, that's our winner in this particular class. He is pulled apart through his chest. I love his front forearm and front foot and how it sets to the ground. He's got a good rib. He handles tremendous there over his loin edge. When this goat takes off and goes, he's just got too much set to his hind leg. He's too steep in his hip, and his tail shoots out just a little vertical there. I'd like to see that goat just maintain more balance, squareness, and flexibility in terms of his hip and his hind leg, but I'm telling you, that thing has got the big legs and a beautiful look up front. I told this young lady with this yellow paint goat when I went through and handled, we will not have a prettier hided goat that comes in the ring today at the Indiana State Fair, and I'm telling you, if he was a little better in his front knee, this lightweight division better hide and duck and run for cover, because this thing right here is the real deal. I love his stoutness ahead. He's got the flyaway ears. He is pipey bodied, runs uphill, big juicy back, and his upper hip and the way his hind leg design is, I'm talking real good. I've got to draw the line on structure, and when he takes and takes off and goes, he is popping and snapping over in his front knee every step. I'm wanting that goat to be so good in his front knee, because I would still be talking about him winning this class. I just drew the line. I said, man, we got to keep him built right. His knee's not quite good enough, but I love that goat, and I'm really sad he's not better in terms of his front knee, because I wanted to use him. The goat here in 4, I like him in terms of just handle right there out of the back of his shoulder. He's got a big butterfly back. He really opens up good at his upper hip. When they take off and go, he's the lowest quality of our top 4. He's the plainest in his head shape, the frailest jawed. He wants to get rounder shouldered, plainer chested, and doesn't want to move like an athlete up front. We round out the top 5 with a good looking rascal that's good design from the side, needs a little more chest width, needs a little more turn to his barrel and upper hip shape, but you're doing a nice job, young man, and compliments to you on a very, very good job in a very heavyweight, or in a very tough lightweight class. Good set of goats down the line, need a little more pop and power. Great class all the way through. My compliments to you guys on a job well done. Been a great show thus far.
Our next class will be Class 4. Class 4 meet goat wethers. These wethers weigh 65 to 67 pounds. Class 4, in the ring, please. Results of Class 3. Class 3 meet goat wethers. First place, and congratulations, Olivia Overbeck. Second place exhibitor, Ashley Weeble. Third, Paige Sickles. Fourth place exhibitor, Alexa Wilt. Fifth was Jarrett Schutte. Sixth, Haley Polk. Seventh, Caden Zolman. Eighth place exhibitor, Evelyn Fashnet. Ninth was Creed Dice. And 10th was Marin Sprinkle. Once again, congratulations to those Class 3 meet goat weather exhibitors. Class 5. Class 5 exhibitors, we need those Class 5 meat goat wethers ringside and ready, please. Class 5 ringside and ready, please. Once again, exhibitors, just a reminder, we will select the division champions after Class 16. So we're going to show all the way through all of our classes, bring those lightweight goats back out, select our division champion, our middleweight goats, do our middleweight division, and then the heavyweight goats and select our heavyweight division. So we will do our division champions after Class 16.
Nice class here, and I think comes together with pretty good logic here in our top 5, and I want to compliment the exhibitors and their families on a really good class. I don't know if there's one of them that just jumps up and pops me in the chops and says, I got to win this class, but I think some real solid goats here in our top 5, and when in doubt, I'm going to fall back to what I know and what I like, and that's composition that is just dense and stout and wide and true, and I think our goat that wins this class is very, very nice. He's not going to win the best looking award for today, but you want to talk about a goat that's just genuine and good livestock. It starts at the ground. He's got big feet. They all 4 point the right direction. He's genuine and true in terms of his base width. I get around behind him. He's got a good barrel turn. He's big backed. He's stout in his upper hip. I think compared to the goat there in second, he's a lot wider and flatter in the way he ties in his loin edge, and better right there in the way he sets in the middle part of his spine. The black-headed goat in second has got a real high likability. When he turned and came in, I thought we had us a class winner because he's got a beautiful look up front. He's good chested. He's got a big front forearm and a good front foot to match a goat that's really long-sided. He just doesn't balance good enough from the profile. He's the kind that's a little tight in his flank, little round-hipped, and when I get my hands on him, he just needs to be wider and flatter in his loin. I think that goat's wedge is backwards. He's too wide in his shoulder, and he's not too wide in his shoulder, but he doesn't have enough width from behind to match what he's packing up front. Nothing balances. I just need to see that goat blend and transition a little better, but he's a high-quality rascal that I think's got a lot of good in him. An uphill image goat here in 3 that's real solid. He's complete. Runs uphill, good front foot, and a good chest. For me, compositionally, he could be a little fresher at this stage of the game. He's got the most bark on him in his body wall. He's the plainest in his loin and out of his upper hip of our initial trio. I think a high-presented goat with a good look from the side needs to be a little fresher. The goat in 4 is fresher than the one right ahead. He's got a nice top shape. He's big there over his 13th rib, and he's got some flair there to his leg shape. A goat for me that's just too vertical off of both ends. I need to set him back in his knee and shoulder blade, lengthen and flatten him out in his hip, and just make his hind leg go just a shot better. We round out a top 5 here with a young lady that's doing a nice job with a sound, practical, easy feeding kind. For me, just needs a little more to him underneath. He's a little flat in his chest. He's the plainest ribbed one of our top 5 that just needs a little more. On down the line, nice set of kids, great set of exhibitors, just need a little more pop and power here in our lightweights. I want to compliment you all on a great class, very, very competitive all the way through. Nice job, guys.
Our next class will be Class 5. Class 5 meet goat wethers. These goats weigh 68 to 70 pounds. Class 5, in the ring, please. Results of Class 4. Class 4 meet goat wethers. First place, and congratulations, Brooklyn Boyles. Second place exhibitor, Corbin Wilt. Third was Josie Brumbaugh. Fourth place, Lydia Mills. Fifth, Braylee Stanley. Sixth place exhibitor, Macy Greer. 7 was Jacob Vogel. 8, Braxton Sherman. And 9th was Paisley Sutter. Once again, congratulations to those Class 4 meet goat weather exhibitors. First call, Class 6. Class 6, meet goat wethers. This is your first call. First call to the makeup ring, please. For those of you around ringside, we'd certainly like to draw your attention to our banners. The folks that you see on these banners play a pivotal role in our GOAT show here at the Indiana State Fair. These sponsors and their generosity is what provides the awards to our exhibitors. And obviously, we want to acknowledge these sponsors. And first and foremost, the Indiana Farm Bureau Incorporated, tremendous supporters of the Indiana State Fair, not only here in the goat barn, but in all the livestock barns. And we certainly want to share our appreciation with everybody and the Indiana Farm Bureau. But we also want to draw attention to the other sponsors, Willoughby Sales, Umbarger Show Feeds, been around. Umbarger Show Feeds has been around since 1939. Tremendous sponsors of our 4-H programs and FFA programs. Evolution Feeds, Farmers National Company, Jacobs Show Goats, 6K Livestock, Stock Show Secrets, Wrecker Livestock, Luke Wrecker. We certainly want to thank those folks, too, for their generosity and support here in the Indiana State Fair and specifically in the goat and sheep barn.
tremendous class, and I'm trying to keep track in my head just to kind of build up my Rolodex for the show and establish where a division break is, because we're doing them here at the end. One thing about it, when this goat right here, when he was standing, getting ready to come in, I saw that head, neck, shoulder blade, and front foot, and I said, "Dear Lord, thank you for sending me in with that kind of skull, this kind of chest and front form." And I absolutely, when he turns that corner, I got goosebumps up my back, and I thought, here we go, welcome to the Indiana State Fair. It is showtime, and it's ready to rock and roll. This thing right here has got the coveted zoo creature look from the side. And young lady, you're excited, and I don't blame you. This thing right here is an absolute bona fide good one. He has got a rope neck, flat back, beautiful hip and hind leg, and smooth as glass coming down his back. I think this goat right here is really, really nice. I'm excited to see him come back later on in the day. My compliments to you and a job well done. The goat here in second runs uphill. He's got a good shape coming down his back, and he's full in his loin edge. I thought he was just a little better livestock than the one there in third in terms of the build to his shoulder, the set to his front foot and knee. I think a goat that's right on the mark compositionally. He doesn't have the out there wild wacky look of what we see in our winter. A little plainer chested, a little plainer hided, and the way he's built in his rib cage is a little flatter. I'd like to just amp him up, but boy, you do a good job showing, and I want to compliment you on a very, very nice goat there that stands in second. I like the goat here in third, and he's interesting. He made me chuckle just a time or two because he is one moderate wide goat. He's almost as wide as he is tall, and I like that kind. He's a little chunky guy that's got a tremendous amount of quality, big front foot and a forearm that matches. He's wide-chested and really wide underneath. Here's my problem. He's a little bit hedgehoggy build. He's too low to the ground. He doesn't run uphill. He's not athletic enough in motion. He bows out in his knee. He holds a little extra air, and he needs to handle with just a little more shape and firmness as we work down in the top side of his skeleton. I like the goat here in four from the profile. This goat runs uphill, and you do a great job showing this thing. He's fresh. He's great presented. He's got a good touch to him right at the back of his blade. He just runs out of gas as we get to his upper hip. He's got to have more lower stifle and leg shape. I study him up front. He's the plainest chested of what we see here in our top four. The goat in five, a little more muscle than the one right ahead of him. He's big topped. He's got a good shape coming down his back. A goat that's prominent in his jump muscle tells me he's got some power. He's just a little flat ribbed, a little round rumped, and a little plain there in terms of his bone. But I think a goat that complements a very, very competitive top five and does so well. This is a good class on down the line. Let's compliment him and give him a nice round of applause. Great class, really nice class winner. Excited to see what's to come.
Our next class will be Class 6. Class 6 meet goat wethers. These goats weigh 71 to 74 pounds. Class 6, in the ring, please. Results of Class 5. Class 5, first place, and congratulations, Kirsten Haynes. Second place exhibitor, Cade Sickles. Third, Bryce Hofing. Fourth place exhibitor, Alexa Bratton. Fifth was Isaac Ledgerwood. Sixth place, Corey Martin. Your seventh place exhibitor, Chloe Scott. Eighth was Kenzie Polk. 9, Emerson Stutzman. And 10 was Michael Briggs. 11th place exhibitor, Daly Fox. Once again, congratulations to those Class 5 meet goat weather exhibitors. First call, Class 7. Class 7, meet goat weathers. This is your first call to the makeup ring, please. Class 7. Brody Jones, Jacob Thompson, and Caroline Sullivan. We need you ringside and ready, please. Class 7 meat goats, ringside and ready, please.
Tremendous class and a really, really good top pair here on the top end of this particular drive. And I tell you what, when this goat right here came in the ring that starts this particular class, he's got a go-getter look now. I mean, I'm telling you, that thing has got a good look up front. He's stout-headed, curly-eared. He's got a big front forearm and a beautiful front foot that goes to the ground. This young lady, when she takes off and goes, this goat can absolutely turn and burn now. He has got big legs that are flexible and can build them right from the ground up. He is square and true and honest in terms of his rib design, and it's all good up there because his feet and legs are so good. He's stout and he's broad up front. It matches from there back when I go in to handle. He's not 100 in terms of just rib shape and turn right in behind his shoulder, but he's a little fresher compositionally than the goat in second. His loin edge ties in a little better there to the front part of his hip. I don't know if he's the highest in his tail set, but the length of his rump is good, and the set of his hind leg is on the mark. That's a really, really nice one to start this class. I'm fired up to see later. The goat in second, I really like when I get right in behind him. I mean, this is a big, dense barrel. He handles tremendous down his back, and he's big and stout in his upper hip. He looks the part standing still, but when that goat takes off and goes, he loses his shape, and he looks a little plain to me. He's wanting to twist up and get a little plain in terms of his front foot and knee. He rolls out of the top side of his blade, and when he turns, takes off, and goes straight away from me, he's smaller around his back foot. He pulls his hock in, and he's a little rigid in his step. Nice pair there to go 1 and 2. The goat in 3's got a beautiful look from the side. He is the biggest legged one in here. He runs straight uphill. He's got a great look up front. Young lady, I know I love him from the side, but when I get right in behind him, he just needs a little more meat down his back. He's a little plain in his rib. Of our top 3, he's the flattest in his upper hip. He needs him a little more width underneath, but you do a great job, and I want to compliment you on that. A good looking goat here in 4 that I like his color, I like his kind. He sets him out wide underneath. He's got a good look up front. I think a goat that's got enough rib shape. He's a little plain in his handle. He's a little frail in his feature. I'd like to see that goat tie in a little broader in his loin, just to be a little stouter there around the base of his foot. The goat that we round out the top 5 with, length of body's good, look up front's very, very nice. He's the most vertical off of both ends of our top 5 when they take off and go. Tremendous class all the way through. I want to compliment the exhibitors on down the line. Job well done. Very, very good class. Nice job.
Our next class will be Class 7. Class 7 meat goat wethers. These goats weigh 75 to 77 pounds. Class 7, in the ring, please. Results of Class 6. Class 6 meat goat wethers. First place, and congratulations, Briar Buckland. Second place exhibitor, Colton Kephart. Third was Reese Oliver. Fourth place exhibitor, Ellie Berger. Fifth was Brock Tracy. Sixth place, Kennedy Stutzman. 7, Anna Rosenberger. Your 8th place exhibitor, Kirsten Stockberger. 9th was Caitlin Crum. Once again, congratulations to those Class 6 meat goat weather exhibitors. Class 8 exhibitors, Class 8 meat goat weather exhibitors. We need you ringside and ready, please. Class 8. Gabriella Rout. Gabby Rout, we need your goat in the makeup ring. Class 8. Gabby Rout, we need you in the makeup ring.
Tremendous class here. A very, very good top pair that I like a lot. Now, and I think both of these goats are very, very good. I think when you get around in front of these things, they're both wide open in their chest. They got a beautiful rib cage laid in them. I think they handle tremendous. I think the difference in the score is settled here from the profile. This goat that starts is just a lot better in terms of his balance. He's better in terms of his front knee and in the set to his shoulder blade. He's better in the middle of his spine and the way he comes back and ties his loin into the front part of his hip. He's got a big old stout flag tail that sets on top of a big stout hind leg that's beautifully square. I see this goat track coming at me and going away. He is wide open. He's honest. He's genuine in terms of his build. He's got horsepower and an absolute knockout image from the side. That's a nice one to start. The one that intrigues me the most is the one here in second. He is intimidating in terms of just his front foot and forearm. He's got a stout head and a little bitty short ear, and when you handle him, he is absolutely creased up right in behind his shoulder. He's got a big leg shape in him. I think this goat needs a little more maturity. He's wanting to get just a little tight and tied up right here in his loin, and he doesn't want to transition good enough in his jump muscle when he sets there and braces. I study him in motion, and his show side front foot is wanting to come over, and he's wanting to bust in his knee. I need to set that back in him just a shot. The goat here in 3, I like from a balance standpoint. Big, dense rib, got a beautiful shape coming down his back. He's stout in his upper hip and leg shape. From the side, though, he's high in his jump muscle. He's a little short and tender in his hip, and then when I go in and I handle these guys, I love him in terms of just the shape behind his shoulder. He's the roundest loin and the plainness there of our initial 3. Compliments to you. Job well done on showing. Young lady here that comes in next, I believe we have these 2 switched. Young lady, you need to be 4. You need to be 4, okay? Yep, we got these switched. This one here in 4 was sounder than the one in 5. I think this goat runs uphill, beautiful in terms of his front end skeleton and hind leg. I think it's very good. Of our top 4, he's the frailest at the ground, needs a little more bone, doesn't come with the same upper hip shape and just rump turn of what we see in the goats on up the line. Round out the top 5 with a good looking goat standing still that's got a beautiful color pattern. I like his look up front. He moves. He's just got a little hitch in his get along there in terms of his hind leg. He's the steepest in the pitch to his hip. He rolls his hind leg up underneath of him, just doesn't set and go quite with the authority of what we see on the goats on up the line. Great class all the way through. We just need a little more pop and power in these, but a tremendous top 5, a tremendous top pair to work with a lot of decision there to make. My compliments to these exhibitors. Let's pay them off with a nice round of applause around ringside if you don't mind.
Our next class will be Class 8. Class 8 meet goat wethers. These goats weigh 78 and 79 pounds. Class 8 in the ring. Results of Class 7. Class 7 meet goat wethers. First place, and congratulations, Caroline Sullivan. Second place exhibitor, Spencer Guttemiller. Third place, Bryce Ostrom. Your fourth place exhibitor, Katie Miller. Fifth was Presley Ziering. Sixth place, whoop. Sorry, I thought I got the thumbs up. I'm sorry. First call, Class 9. Class 9, Meet Goat Weathers. This is your first call to the makeup ring, please. Class 9. Now, let's do Class 7 again. The results for Class 7, Meet Goat Weathers. First place, and congratulations, Spencer Gottemiller. Second place exhibitor, Bryce Ostrom. Third was Katie Miller. Fourth place exhibitor, Presley Ziering. Fifth, Brody Jones. Sixth place exhibitor, Corey Martin. 7, Brantley Wampler. Eighth place exhibitor, Cora Feltner. Ninth was Madeline Crouch. 10th, Braxton Sherman. 11th was Jax Hockenberry. Once again, congratulations to all of those Class 7 Meet Goat Weather exhibitors.
really good class here, and we got a great crowd around, and I hope those of you tuning online are really, really just excited to see what's to come, because the show is really starting to take shape. And be honest with you, I can feel the anticipation building. I'm starting to get excited. My adrenaline's starting to bump, and we got a tremendous class here. We got a really, really good class winner. I had dinner with a gentleman last night, and we were talking, and it's interesting to just think about show judges. I'm officially transitioning into show dad. My boys showed sheep yesterday, and we're trying to figure this game out, and I really enjoy that. But moving forward, we got to figure out what do judges like, and what is their kind, and what is their speed. I figured out when this goat walked in the ring, I found something that has got big pipe. He is wild looking up front, and this thing is absolutely a country mile wide coming at me and taking off and going away. That thing right there is my kind, and I really, really like him a good bit. It starts up front. That thing has got a monster front foot, a huge forearm. His chest is wide and manly, and that thing handles tremendous up high. And I'll tell you, he has got a face only his mother could love. We need to stouten his jaw just a little bit and flatten him right there in the middle of his loin. But when that thing takes off and goes, he can turn and burn on the big wheels, and I like him a good bit. This goat here in second, I love him standing still. He is fat, steery built. He is wide open. He's got a beautiful pipey rib cage laid in him. He handles tremendous right there at the back of his blade. His rump shape is big to match. For me, when this goat takes off and goes, he wants to pop up in the middle of his back, and he hops and skips out of his hind leg. I need something that can grab a gear and go like an athlete can out of his hind leg. He wants to hop and skip. I need him to grab, pull, and lunge out of his hind leg. On top of that, as I study him compared to our class winner, he's a little bit frail and possum-tailed, and I need to make him stouter there around the base of his rear foot just to match his center body power and mass. But that is a really, really elite one there that matches an awfully nice class winner in commanding fashion. I like this paint goat, and I'm going to be honest, the first thing I thought when I saw him, I want to have 15 does that look just like that sitting in my house, that color and all, because I think this goat's really nice. Front 2/3, I think he can win this class because he's got a beautiful face. I love the stoutness of his neck, but it still ties into a flat shoulder blade. I handle him down his back. He's got a good crisp shape and a beautiful rolled up rib cage. His front foot is very, very nice as well. In motion, when he goes, he's the plainest in his hip line. He sucks his hind leg up underneath of him, and he doesn't go quite as well. I study him from the side. It's kind of the same story. From his hooks to his pins, he's too low, and he doesn't balance as good in his top line because of that. In terms of true power, I don't think he's got quite just the real steel working down his back like what we see in the goats in 1 and 2, but that's a very, very nice one there to go in third. I love the handling quality, and if I'm just going to go in and close my eyes and handle one, I probably like this goat in 4 as good as any. Big, fresh back in that guy, upper hips big. As I work back in this guy from his sheath back, little tight flank, little tight up there from his loin, and the way it ties into his jump, he's too steep in his hip, doesn't balance quite as well. I told the young gentleman here in 5 that this goat might have the biggest back in here. He is rolled upright and fresh. You've done a killer job taking care of him because he's got as good a hide, as good a hair as anything in here, and I want to give you credit on that. Beautiful back. He's just built a little plain and sloppy in his top line. He breaks behind his shoulder. He rolls out of his hip. He wants to just hop and skip out of his front end. Power goat here gets a little plain, but I really, really like that goat's width as we work on down the line. Good looking goats, probably not the rib and center body mass of what we see in our top 5. Knockout good class, awesome class winner. My compliments to everybody, all the exhibitors in this particular go round. Nice job.
Our next class will be Class 9. Class 9, meet goat Weathers in the ring, please. These goats weigh 80 to 83 pounds. Class 9 in the ring. Results of Class 8. Class 8, meet goat Weathers. First place, and congratulations, Gabby Rout. Second place exhibitor, Adriana Martin. Third, Ashley Weeble. Fourth place exhibitor, Isabella Thompson. Fifth was Brody Adams. Sixth place, Cooper Ostrom. Seventh, Cora Malt. Eighth place exhibitor, Carson Dice. Ninth was Reese Cole. 10th place was Brooklyn Miller. Once again, congratulations to those Class 8 meet goat weather exhibitors. First call, Class 10. Class 10, Meet Goat Weathers. This is your first call. To the makeup ring, please. Class 10. Brooklyn Bowles. Brooklyn Bowles, we need your Class 10 meat goat weather, ringside and ready. Brooklyn Bowles.
Judging a livestock show, it's a double-edged sword. While it's a tremendous honor and just a great opportunity, and I hold this show ring right here to a really high regard, and I enjoy doing it, and it's what my brother, my dad, and I, and my whole family, really, we've dedicated our life to livestock shows and youth and agriculture, and there's no better way to raise young people or we wouldn't do it. But also, while I love doing this, my heart hurts because I've got a young man here in second that when I walked around to look at the front end of his goat, his hands were shaking, and I could tell he was nervous and excited. And I know you brought a good one to the fair, young man, and my heart hurts for a young man that gets second, that works hard all summer long, or anybody in this class, anybody that gets beat today. My heart hurts for him, and my heart hurts for your family, because I know when you pour all your effort into one thing for 1 year for one guy to get a good look for about 5 minutes, it's very tough and it's very heartbreaking. But I just ask you to control your emotion. I ask you to use this energy as positive energy today. If you do get beat, I promise you today in this show ring there will not be one guy that is more honest, more fair, or gives your kid a better look than I will. And so I'm going to go through this show and enjoy it, but know that I hold this to a high regard. This is a great class, and to make the top 5 in here, you better have your hammer cocked and really ready to go. My thought to myself when I saw this goat over here, when he walked in, I said, if I had this goat and he gets beat, I'm going to look like Evander Holyfield and be wanting to box a trash can in the back. That's how mad I'm going to be. This thing right here is unique, and he has got some kind of look. We talk about the baby fat steer image, and that's my MO, and that is what I'm known for. He looks like a little heat wave calf that's got that head and that front forearm. When he takes off and goes, he is wild, and there is not one thing on that goat that's normal. He has got a stout head, a front foot, and a forearm that's as rank and as wide as you can make. And when you study this goat, he doesn't always want to show, but I challenge you to get right here at this 3/4 view. His blade is this wide. It matches in his forearm, knee, and front foot, and it matches from behind. That goat is square. He is wide open and tough. He has got the big, dense barrel rib and an absolute Cadillac look from the side. That thing has got power to burn and a look to kill. He is very, very good, and I like him a lot to start. My compliments to you. That's a nice one. The goat here in second, young man, you would have won a lot of classes earlier on in the day. When I study this goat from the side, he is sheepy built. He is tight-ribbed, big back, full loin, and I mean got a beautiful carved-out hind leg that's got a killer look. My thing with this goat is when he takes off and goes, his front feet plant and they twist out like this, okay? I've got to have him a little square in his front foot, and I compare him to our class winner. He's a little rounder in his rump. And I'll be honest with you, when I get right in behind these goats, there's about a 5-inch difference in terms of upper hip and upper forerib turn between our class winner and the goat in second. You do a good job, though, and I want to compliment you on a job well done. Very, very nice one. The goat in third, I like a lot, too, from the side. He's got a good head, a good shoulder blade. He runs uphill, beautiful top line and hind leg. Got to have a little more turn to his barrel, and his loin edge needs to tie in him a little wider. That goat's got some kind of look, and you do a great job showing as well. Goat in four, a little wider than the goat in three. Big chest, big barrel, handles with enough pop. As I study him in motion, he just loses his athleticism. He bucks over in his shoulder. He wants to get a little planer in his front knee set. Need to fix him in the way he's wanting to pinch right there in his loin and hip hook up. Got to lengthen him and flatten him out in terms of his hip. We round out the top 5 with a beautiful built one that's got an awesome look from the side and big legs. Got to have a little more to him as we work underneath of him and as he goes away. Tremendous class, a lot of quality down the line. I'll be honest with you, I sorted a lot of these goats off movement, how they held themselves together in motion. Killer top 5, awesome top pair. Let's compliment these kids on a nice job today. Been a tremendous goat show so far.
Our next class will be Class 10. Class 10, Meet Goat Weathers. These goats weigh 84 to 85 pounds. Class 10 in the ring. Results of Class 9. Class 9. First place and congratulations, Zeta Hofing. Second place exhibitor, Brantley Wampler. Third, Katie Miller. Fourth place exhibitor, Levi Francis. Fifth was George Likens. Sixth place exhibitor, Kelby Kale. 7, Quinn Overbeck. Your eighth place exhibitor was Siler Hartwell. Ninth was Elia Frazier. 10th, Ellie Berger. 11th was Taryn James. 12th, Elena Cole. And 13th was Marin Sprinkle. Once again, congratulations to those Class 9 Meet Goat Weather exhibitors. First call, Class 11. Class 11, Meet Goat Weathers. This is your first call. First call to the makeup ring, please. Class 11.
tremendous class. And be honest with you, I'm really excited to see what's going to come in our division here in just a little bit. We have had class winners in here that I'm talking about. I would just love to have the opportunity to have one like this. I mean, these classes have been tremendous. We've had good class winners and good depth of quality in every class, and we've had some stuff that just doesn't look normal that wins, and I think another one that is just an out there one that starts this particular class. What I like about this guy, you want to talk about big legs, he has got them. I'm telling you, his legs and his bone are elephant size, and he has got some kind of look up front. The way he is built through his chest floor and in his neck set and head and his pole and skull, how that everything ties together up front, that thing looks like a winner up front in terms of just his absolute stoutness, yet still ties everything together. He doesn't look like a buck. He looks like a real stout male that needs to be in a show ring somewhere. What's deceiving about this guy, he paints a beautiful picture from the side, and I like that, but when you study right here, you want to talk about a big whiskey barrel rib and a big butterfly back and an upper hip that is stout. He has got it. That thing right there is really, really nice. We're going to have a wild division here in just a second. I'm excited to see what's going to happen in just a bit. The goat in second, hey, we're no slouch here either. This is a square built, up neck, beautiful headed, fresh goat that handles good down his back. When I get right in behind him and I study just the difference in the turn to their rib and the difference how they tie in their loin to the front part of their hip, it's a no contest here in this particular pair. I just wish this goat was a little better in his jump muscle and a little better in his loin. He's tremendously high quality, and that goat right there could compete anywhere. He just runs into a buzzsaw of a winner. You do a nice job. Want to compliment you there. The goat here in three, I thought there were some decisions to make, 3, 4, and 5. I thought the goat in third had the most to him right there out of his back and just in the roll to his loin edge. He's a big top, thick-ended rascal that runs uphill. He runs out of bone and he runs out of belly. For me, he's a little tight and shallow right there in his flank. I need to drop him from his sheath back to allow everything to balance. But I'm telling you, that goat has got some kind of handle. He's a clean-cut and high-composition goat that's got a tremendous look up front. A long-bodied, late-maturing one here that comes next. It just needs more rib and power, but I love his foot size. He moves like an athlete. Thought he was a little better in motion than the goat that rounds out our top 5. Not the same kind of barrel rib and upper hip shape of the pair or the 3 right ahead of him. The one that rounds out a top 5, probably a little more moderate in his frame and a little better in his rib design. I called him the plainest in motion of our top 5 in this particular lineup. A goat that I think offers a lot of good, just probably not as neat in terms of the way he balances as we take off and go. I know I'm not supposed to talk 6 down, but I want to give the young lady compliment here in 6. This is a muscular goat. He's just a little high spine and rolls right there out of his hip as we work on down the line. Those goats have some power to them in terms of their topside shape. I'd freshen them up a little bit compositionally, give them a little more right through the seat of their britches. Tremendous class, great class winner once again. My compliments to you guys on a great job so far this morning.
Our next class will be Class 11. Class 11, meet goat wethers. These wethers weigh 86 and 87 pounds. Class 11 in the ring. Results of Class 10. Class 10, meet goat wethers. First place, and congratulations, Caroline Sullivan. Second place exhibitor, Vivian Sycophus. Third was Aubrey Ferguson. Fourth place exhibitor, Gavin Shear. Fifth, Macy Greer. Sixth place, Josie Buck. Seven, Carly Stoff. Eighth place exhibitor, Cooper Rollins. Ninth, Bryn Bischoff. Bryn Bishop. 10th place exhibitor, Brooklyn Boyles. 11th, Allie Briggs. And 12th was Alyssa Peterson. Once again, congratulations to all of those Class 10 meet goat weather exhibitors. First call, Class 12. Class 12, Meet Goat Weathers. This is your first call. First call to the makeup ring, please, Class 12. Exhibitors, just a little housekeeping note. We will not take a long break between our weather show. Once we have selected our division champions, we're pretty much going to roll right into our weather dam show. We might give the judge just a brief break, restroom break, but we're going to roll right into our weather dam show. So we will not be taking a long break between our weather show and our weather dam show. Pretty much roll right into it. Will Morris, and George Likens. We need your goats in the makeup ring for Class 12. Will Morris, George Likens. Ringside and ready, please.
I believe this is our last class of our middleweights, and I'm telling you guys, if you had a class winner in this middleweights, get ready to rock and roll. This is going to be one wild division when these things come back out here. These class winners, man, I'm telling you what, I don't know if I've ever been to a show where these class winners come at me like this, and we'll make some division comments here in just a bit. But this has been an incredible show, another incredible class, and this goat that wins this class. I was thinking, I really wish my family was here. We enjoy doing this. I know my dad, my brother, and Maddie and my mom will be tuned in back home. When I call them here in just a little bit, I'm going to tell them that I found the wildest, weirdest looking goat that I've ever seen in my entire life to win this class, and I'm not kidding you. This goat, I've been to every goat show in the country, and I've judged most of them. This is the wildest looking goat I've ever seen that's walked through the gate. I'm not telling you you're going to win the division because I don't know if he's perfect, but in terms of something that jumps up and hits you and says, wow, look at me, this goat has got it. Young lady, I want to take a look at his chest, and I want to talk about it. And you look right here. When I look at a dark black head and bright white feet and something that's that wide and cleat everywhere in between, that gives me goosebumps up my spine and down my arms, and I'm telling you, I'm absolutely intimidated up front. He looks like a black-faced sheep from the side. He is round, pipey ribbed. He's got the biggest curl and a big hoop from the bottom part of his tail that ties to the base of his hock. And when he takes off walking, I'm not calling him 100 miles an hour, but that thing has got the wildest look. He looks like a cobra up front. He is flat-backed and got a beautiful hind leg that takes off and goes. That thing right there is something wild, and I'll be honest with you, it scared me a little bit when he came in, but I'm glad he did. I like that one a good bit to start. The one here in second, this is a neat-looking one, too. He is pipey backed. He's got a beautiful fresh hide, a good look up front. I just thought he ran into a buzzsaw there that started. His legs need to be a little ranker, forearm needs to be a little bigger, and he needs to be just a little wider underneath. But that goat's real problem-free. He's got a great look. He's high quality. Just ran into a buzzsaw of a winner. A big wide one here that's broad and looks like a bruiser in third. He's got a really big forearm and a big front foot. He's stout and wide from behind. He gets a little plain to the touch. He's a little flat in his forerib, a little plain in his loin edge and upper hip. Like to give him just a little more boost and flair there. Goat here in 4. I like his just center body. He's big over his 13th rib. He handles good. He's fresh compositionally. Needs to be better built. Need to set him back better in his shoulder and knee. Lengthen him out of his hip. Give him a better set to his hind leg. Round out a wicked good top 5 with one that runs uphill. Beautiful built. Needs to be a little wider and a little denser in his rib design. Tremendous class. Interesting class winner there. My compliments to you guys on a whale of a division. I'm excited to see what our heavyweight brings.
Our next class will be Class 12. Class 12 meet goat wethers. These goats weigh 88 and 89 pounds. Class 12 in the ring. Results of Class 11. Class 11 Meat Goat Weathers. First place, and congratulations, Emily Seaman. Second place exhibitor, Bryce Hofing. Third was Natalia Beyer. Fourth place exhibitor, Kimber Stittenbens. Fifth place, Siler Hartwell. Sixth place exhibitor, Callie Sutter. Seventh, Kira Lordy. Once again, congratulations to those Class 11 Meat Goat Weather exhibitors. First call, Class 13. Class 13 Meat Goat Weathers, we need you ringside and ready, please. Class 13.
Very nice class here as we kick off this next division, I believe, and we got a really nice class winner to start. A wide, dense one that's really, really stout when you get right in the front part of this guy. Beautiful chested, great big, just stout head on that guy, and I love him in terms of his rib design. When you get on the top side of him, this thing is absolutely explosive in terms of his rack, his loin edge, and his upper hip is big. Matches it with a good flexible hind leg. He balances good from the side, and he's very, very nice in terms of his pattern and silhouette. If you want to crank him up in his tail, lengthen his hip just a shot, I could probably do that, but I love this goat. I think he's really, really nice and a great class winner. The one here in second runs uphill, jet level in his spine, beautiful turn to his rib design, and his upper hip is very, very nice. I just thought in terms of lower body progression and balance, there's not as much there as what we see in our class winner. A little tight and tubular rib, need to blow him apart in his chest and front forearm relative to what our class winner represents. I like this goat here in third. He's probably got a little bigger rack and just a little better heart in him than what our goat in second has. For me, he's just a little raw there in his loin edge. He's a little plain in his upper hip design, a little flat in his leg and stifle. The goat here in 4, interesting for me, as he stands still right here. I thought he needed to be second in this class. Runs uphill, long neck, beautiful back. He moves. He wants to get too tight in his ankle, and he crab claws there. I need to stouten him in terms of his rear foot. Standing still, second in motion. He's 4th. I thought that's just where he needed to go. As we round out our top 5 here, a wide-bodied, good rib goat here that handles with enough flair there behind his shoulder. I think in terms of loin edge turn and right there in terms of his jump muscle, he just needs to be a little fuller and wider. Great class, great top 5. My compliments once again. Job well done.
Caroline Sullivan. Caroline Sullivan, we need your goat for Class 13. Caroline Sullivan, Class 13, ringside and ready, please. We are ready for Class 13, please. Class 13, meet Goat Weathers in the ring. These goats weigh 90 to 92 pounds. Class 13 in the ring. Results of Class 12. Class 12, first place, and congratulations, Will Morris. Second place exhibitor, George Likens. Third, Katie Miller. Fourth place exhibitor, Bristol Buckland. Fifth was Jackson Ritter. Sixth place exhibitor, Michael Briggs. Seventh, Tegan Walker. Your eighth place exhibitor was Carter Grady. And ninth was Grace Fashionette. Once again, congratulations to those Class 12 Meet Goat Weather exhibitors. First call, Class 14. Class 14, Meet Goat Weathers. This is your first call to the makeup ring, please. Class 14. Ryder Lambright. Ryder Lambright, we need you. In the makeup ring, Ashley Weeble. We need you ringside and ready, please. Ryder Lambright, Ashley Weeble.
Good class. I tell you what, we'll have some discussion in our drives here in just a little bit, but a tremendous set of goats here in this particular class, and the decisions between 2 and 3. A goat that walks in and has to start. I mean, he looks different than the rest of these out here. Just when you look, there's one of them that looks different, and then he has to start, and I think you build the class around him. Got the huge feet. He is a mile wide. He balances good. He moves good. I think a goat that for me is just so wide open and so good in his rib and handles tremendous. That big back leg that sits under him like that, he looks like a winner out here standing like that. I think he just has to start the class. The one here in second, long neck, beautiful silhouette. He's a late maturing goat. I think you get in front of him, there's not as much chest and just real power there in his face and in his skull and right through the floor of his chest. I need to see that goat probably just a little wider and ranker in terms of his rib and stouter in his upper hip. The goat in 3 has more muscle than the one in 2. He's bigger topped. He's a little thicker ended. For me, he's the roundest chest and plainness out of his hip. He's a little bit high in terms of his spine, and he doesn't balance from the profile because of that, but certainly a nice one. The young lady here in 4 gets him set up like this, and I like him a good bit. He's wide. He's got a big top. He's got some fill there to the upper part of his hip. At times, as I study him, I thought he wanted to lose his spine. He got a little weird in terms of his hind leg. Just didn't want to piece together like the ones ahead. The one that we round out our top 5 with, good looking up front, just wants to lose his chest, and his loin edge needs to be a little better. Tremendous class, nice class winner. Good job.
Our next class will be Class 14. Class 14, these goats weigh 93 to 95 pounds. Class 14 in the ring, please. First call, Class 15. Class 15, meet Goat Weathers. This is your first call. First call to the makeup ring, please. Class 15. For those of you around ringside and exhibitors, you might have noticed our ladies in black. These ladies are part of Lindsay Hanowich Photography. Lindsay Hanowich Photography is your official photographer here at the Indiana State Fair. These ladies are in every ring of the barn here at the fair, capturing those special show ring moments or that perfect backdrop photo. For those of you in the goat barn that would like a backdrop photo, the backdrop, we are using the sheep barn backdrop. So straight south through the breezeway, straight south into the foyer, and the backdrop, the official Indiana State Fair backdrop is there in the foyer of the Elements Financial Blue Ribbon Pavilion. Once again, LindsayHanowichPhotography.com. That's where you want to go to view and purchase these photos. LindsayHanowichPhotography.com. Results of Class 13. Class 13. First place, and congratulations, Caroline Sullivan. Second place exhibitor, Piper Unger. Third, Vance Schutte. Fourth place exhibitor, Reagan Jackson. Fifth was Tinsley Bruzall. Sixth place exhibitor, Gavin Shear. 7, Ada Wagner. Eighth place exhibitor, Owen Conger. Ninth, Lucas Francis. 10th place exhibitor, Thomas Thompson. 11, Kelsey Thompson. 12th place was Olivia Anderson. 13th, Alyssa Peterson. 14th place was Brooklyn Bowles. Once again, congratulations to all of those Class 13 Meet Goat Weather exhibitors. Baylor Bruzall, Jace Beer. Jace Beer. We need your goats for Class 15 in the makeup ring, please. Jace Beer, Baylor Bruzall, ringside and ready.
Good class here. A nice pair of goats on the top end of this particular drive. A good class winner, real solid everywhere. He's fresh. He's good looking up front. Got a nice height and a good top shape. I think a goat that just out handles the one there in second. Big front forearm, beautiful view through his chest. Looks the part from the side, and he needs to start. The goat here in second, I like his squareness. I like his moderation. A goat that's real chunky ribbed. He's big and full right through his stifle muscle. You get your hands on him. He's a little full today. It's taken away from his forerib, and it's causing him to pinch right there from his loin going back into his hip. The goat here that comes in 3, I like his topside shape, a fresh handling goat that's real good heighted. He runs out of bone. He gets a little squirrely in his hind leg set. He just didn't balance in motion like some of the goats on up the line. The goat here in 4 is interesting. Standing still, I like him when he takes off and goes. Big, stout melon head. He's got a beautiful front foot. The longer he stands there and the young man wants to brace him, the only thing that's raising on him is the middle of his back, and he just doesn't ever want to tie together good enough from the side. We round out this particular top 5 with a goat that's long-bodied, and he runs uphill nice. He's just too flat loin and flat in his stifle shape. Needs to have just a little more to him. Nice job, guys.
Our next class will be Class 15. Class 15, meat goat wethers. These goats weigh 96 to 98 pounds. Class 15 in the ring. Results of Class 14. Class 14, First place, and congratulations, Vivian Sycophus. Second place exhibitor, Ashley Weeble. Third, Delaney Gaff. Fourth place exhibitor, George Likens. Fifth, Derek Brumball. Sixth place was Everett Bishop. Seventh, Ryder Lambright. Eighth place exhibitor, Aubrey Rothenbuehler. Ninth was Corbin Elsroth. 10th, Connor Tom. 11th place, Blake Kittle. 12th place exhibitor, Michael Briggs. And 13th was Jonathan McMillan. Once again, congratulations to all of those Class 14 Meet Goat Weather exhibitors. First call, Class 16. Class 16, Meet Goat Weathers. This is your first call. First call to the makeup ring, please, Class 16.
Nice class here. I think it's a challenging class for me because I'm not trying to be harsh, but I think after our class winner, the goats from about 2 all the way down the line, they're all the same. You just got to kind of figure out which kind that you like the best. From a quality standpoint, they're all very high quality. They're all just about the same. Outside of our class winner's really nice. He's dense, he's opened up and chunky. He fits the mold of what I've been trying to do today. He runs uphill. He's got a big back and a really big upper hip laid into him. He's a little crusty there at his neck, and I don't love his loin and the way it ties into the front of his hip. I think he's a real nice goat and a good solid place to start. Standing still, I thought the goat in second had to be right where he is. He's a big fresh back, opened up hip one with a tremendous leg shape and front forearm. For me, he moves in motion and he drops his head and he just wants to kind of dog around. I wish he'd just be a little more athletic, and I wish that goat would just maintain his balance and motion just a shot better. Interesting goat in 3. I thought he was bubbly and had some good pieces. For me, he's just a little too too short rump. He's wanting to hold some air, bloat a little bit, get a little frail in his feet and in his loin, but certainly a goat that adds some quality. There's to be some judges that like this kind here in 4 because he's huge-legged, he's real shallow and runs uphill. I think just good livestock, and livestock people probably tell you he needs just a little more width. He's not wide enough in his chest and bold enough in his heart and forerib. Needs a little more power, tremendously high quality, needs a little more punch for me. Round out the top 5 with a big top, thick-ended rascal here that just gets too tight in his flank and tight in his hip as he takes off and goes. Little round there in terms of his rump. Great class all the way through. I praise the rest of them in motion. Thus, that's just how they need to line up. Nice job, guys.
Our next class will be Class 16. Class 16 meat goat wethers. These goats weigh 99 to 112 pounds. Class 16, in the ring, please. Exhibitors, your next class will be those Division I drive. We need those first and second place. First and second place goats, classes 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Ringside and ready, please. Our Division I drive will be next. First and second place goats, classes 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Ringside and ready. Results of Class 15. Class 15, first place, and congratulations, Stetson Kephart. Second place exhibitor, Lily Sycophus. Third was Quentin Dare. Fourth place exhibitor, Avery Morris. Fifth, Jace Beer. Sixth place exhibitor, Baylor Bruzal. Seventh was Taylor Ferguson. And eighth was Jacob Vogel. Once again, congratulations to those Class 15 meat goat weather exhibitors. Once again, exhibitors, we need those first and second place. First and second place, Weather Goats, classes 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, ringside and ready. Your lightweight division drive will be next. Exhibitors, we need first and second place goats, classes 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, ringside and ready. We will be doing the Division I drive and about 4 more placings. Division I drive will be next, immediately following Class 16. We need those first and second goats, classes 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, ringside and ready.
This is as good a pair as we've had in the ring this far today. I love both of them. I love them both for different reasons. We're losing our top line just a little bit on the goat in second, and I thought balance from the side favored the goat that starts. I think they're both husky middle, awesome looking, wide-chested, big front four-armed ones that have a tremendous amount of shape and power. Ultimately, I split it from the profile. The goat that starts is better in his spine. He's longer hip, and he's square in his hind leg set as they go away. That goat that wins, that is one good rascal. As we study him from the side, poker neck, big stout ugly face, and a front forearm to match, huge back as he come right out of his shoulder, and his loin edge and rump shape matches, beautiful hind leg that goes to the ground square every time. That's a nice one to start. As fired up as I am about the one that wins, I'm just as excited about the one in second. Man, I wish his top line was a little better, because this goat is wide open up front, got the perfect just stout grizzly bear neck and a big stout male in the match. I study him from right here, and I'm wanting to pick that goat's just spine up in him. He's wanting to sag loose right behind his shoulder, and when he tracks away from me, he pulls in right there at his hock. That's a deadly good pair there to go 1 and 2. The goat here in 3, fresh, and I thought both of these goats in 3 and 4 handled good. This goat was a little better balanced right in his midloin and out of his hip. I like both these goats a good bit. This one runs straight uphill, beautiful, just back shape and upper hip shape on this guy. He just runs out of bone and feature relative to the goats in first and second. He's too frail around his back foot, and he pulls his hock in just a little too severe. The goat here in 4, I like this goat's handle. He's got a great shape coming down his top. He's big hip. He's got a nice look up front. For me, this goat's just a little rounder rumped. He's a little tighter and more tucked up and tubular in his rib design. I need to drop him from his sheath back to allow him to balance just a little bit better. Round out a good top 5 here with a really nice design, good built one that's got a good hind leg. Need to pull him apart and chunk him up just a little bit. That's certainly a nice goat that brings a lot of good in this particular set of them. Tremendous class on down the line. Good set of kids, great set of goats. My compliments to each and every one of you. Let's compliment them with a nice round of applause, if you will.
George Likens, second place, Class 1. Ringside and ready. I think he just showed up. We are ready for your lightweight division drive. First place exhibitor from Class 1, Reese Oliver, Monroe County. From Class 2, your first place exhibitor, Stormy Swain, Park County. From Class 3, first place, Olivia Overbeck, Jasper County. Class 4, first place exhibitor, Brooklyn Bowles, Madison County. And from Class 5, your first place exhibitor, Kirsten Haynes of DeKalb County. Second place exhibitors, Class 1, George Likens, Madison County. Class 2, George Likens, Madison County. Second place, Class 3, Ashley Weeble, Hamilton County. From Class 4, your second place exhibitor, Corbin Wilt of Boone County. And from Class 5, second place, Cade Sickles of Randolph County. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate all of these first and second place lightweight division exhibitors. Now, exhibitors, we need those middleweight division, first and second place, classes 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. Classes 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. First and second place, Ringside and ready, please. Results of Class 16. Class 16, our last weather class, guys. First place was exhibited by Caroline Sullivan. Second place, Spencer Gottemiller. Third, Katie Miller. Fourth place exhibitor was Parker Miller. Fifth, Jace Beer. Sixth place was Caden Dare. Seventh, Christian Stockberger. Eighth place was Kinley Grady. Ninth place exhibitor, Allie Briggs. 10th was Kennedy Stutzman. 11th, Colin Rash. 12th place exhibitor, Carson Dice. And 13 was Madeline Bruzall. Once again, congratulations to those Class 16 Meet Goat Weather exhibitors.
Won't take long here. I got my mind made up, and I think a really straightforward champion, and I think a reserve that fits in nicely. I'll talk about him here real briefly. If you're just joining us online or around ringside and didn't get to see our lightweights, that's a really good show. And I thought our lightweight division set the mold for what I wanted to do later on in the day. Our Class 1 winner, I think, is beautiful, built from the side. He's just a little rascal, and he needs more time. He gets swallowed up by some of these big stout ones here later on in the line, but that's a good built, sound one. Just needs a little more husk to him. Second over there along that line, he's real muscular, just a little popcorny built, a little round on his shoulder, and his feet and legs need to be a little more secure. I really like our Class 2 winner, and I thought this was the first goat that came in the ring today that just had that look to him. Long neck, real stout melon. I really like the turn of his body and the flare to his rib cage. Upper hip is tremendous, and hind leg matches. His front feet are a little bit twisted up, and I'd like to lay him back in his blade, but I think past that, that's a really, really nice goat. Second in that particular class, a muscular goat that's got a square look to him. He's a little bit like the one right ahead of him. He's just a little round shouldered, little popcorny built, and I'd like to just make him a little more finesse about every direction. Class 3 winner, I thought a goat, the balance good from the side, real tucked up and sheepy rib. For me, he needs to look just a little more like a fat steer. He's a little plain-legged. I need to stouten him in his bone and give him just a little more husk to his barrel. We got a second in that class, and I thought from his last rib forward needed to win, but his last rib back, he's just a little coon doggy back-legged. I got to lengthen him and flatten him out in his hip. I really like the goat here that comes out of Class 4. He's square and muscular. For me, I think a goat that represents a lot of quality and good, just a little round hip. And probably just a little plainer relative to a pair of these. We got one that was second in that class that I liked him in motion. I told you in class when he came around the gate, I thought he was really, really good. For me, he's a little tight and tucked up in his flank, a little round hip, but certainly a high-quality goat. This goat here that wins Class 5, I believe it is, he came in the ring, and I said, thank you, Lord, for sending me a lightweight that looks like this. Built right, beautiful uphill image, got a great back and really, really high quality. I think a nice one that wins that class. And then second, a really, really nice one to follow him up. Probably for me, just doesn't have the bells and whistles of what we see in some of these others. I'm going to go ahead and pick your champion. I'm going to take another look for reserve. Give a nice round of applause. Young lady in the back, you got our first division winner of the day. Nice job.
And your Division 1 champion from Class 5, congratulations, Kirsten Haynes, DeKalb County. Cade Sickles brings in his goat to the first lineup.
The decision comes down between Class 2 and 3 for me, and I think, both of these goats are very high quality. I'm going to be honest with you. I think they both probably got a problem or two, but I think one of them just swallows the other one up just in terms of horsepower, rib design, and hind leg. Young lady in the green, you got a reserve division. Nice job.
And your reserve champion, lightweight division from Class 2. Congratulations, Stormy Swam of Park County. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate all of our lightweight division Meet Goat Weather exhibitors. We are ready for our middleweight division drive. First place exhibitor from Class 6, Briar Buckland, Huntington County. From Class 7, first place, Spencer Gottemiller, Randolph County. From Class 8, your first place exhibitor, Gabby Rout of Clinton County. Class 9, first place, Zeta Hofing, Hendricks County. Class 10, first place, Caroline Sullivan, Hancock County. And from Class 11, your first place exhibitor, Emily Seaman of Tippecanoe County. Second place exhibitors, Class 6, Colton Kephart, Johnson County. Class 7, Bryce Stom of Noble County. From Class 8, your second place exhibitor, Adriana Martin of LaGrange County. Class 9, second place exhibitor, Brantley Wampler, Wayne County. From Class 10, second place, Vivian Sycophus, Whitley County. And from Class 11, your second place exhibitor, Bryce Hoving of Hendricks County. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together. Congratulate these first and second place middleweight division exhibitors. Exhibitors, we need those first and second place heavyweight division weathers. First and second place, classes 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16. Ringside and ready, please. First and second place, heavyweight division. Ringside and ready, please.
Tremendous division here, I knew this division was going to be very good. I'm going to be honest with you. I got a little bit of the air just sucked out of me when we lost our class winner there, that black goat out of that last class in that division. And if that ever happens to you as a show judge, I'm telling you, it will take the air out of you. And it's really heartbreaking because I was a goat that I liked that I thought would fit in this division very well. I was wanting to throw my sucker in the dirt and throw a fit, but hey, we still got to pick a division winner out of this particular set of goats. And I think some really, really nice ones that add a lot of quality in this particular lineup. I'll go through and talk them here real quick, and I'll tell you what I see. Our Class 1 winner, I tell you, I thought that goat was really nice. I told you he looked like a go-getter coming in the gate. Piping neck, real big loin edge, a hind leg that matches. I compare him to some of these big heavyweight heaters in the back. He just gets swallowed up in terms of just full rib turn and upper hip mass. I got to blow that guy apart and just give him a little more oomph as we work right in there behind his blade. I like that little goat there that was second in this class. I think that goat will have a good run this fall because he's moderate, he's chunky. He'll probably be a lightweight as he progresses on into the year. For me, I study his front foot. It was just a little squirrely. He's a little lower to the ground. He's a little plainer in his jump muscle and loin hookup. I need to stouten him in his feature. I believe we lost one out of this particular class as well, but I thought that was a close pair. I think this goat's very, very nice here. That's going to end up moving up the line and eventually winning this class. I told you in that class, that's a beautiful ear, a really stout melon on that guy, great front forearm. He's just a little rough backed for me, and I studied him in motion in that class. He wants to tiptoe and get a little forward in terms of his knee. Second in that particular class that moved up there. I told you he was a little short-hipped and a little plain at the crest of his neck, but beautiful balance. He's got a good look to him. We start heating it up from about right here on, and I told you that this goat's got the it factor, and he is big in terms of his front foot and set back in his knee, and his chest is explosive. I think a goat for me that when he takes off and goes, he's very, very good in motion. Now, I tell you, I don't think he's perfect. When that goat, when he sets wrong, he's a little off in his loin. He's wide loin. He's a little rounder in his loin. I need to make his hip and just hip line a little bit better there, crank him up at the base of his tail, and he wants to just get a little off right in there behind his shoulder when he goes, but a high-quality goat that I think's got a lot of good in him. Second in that particular class, little meat wagon, wide-bodied, big ribs, stout at the top of his rib cage, little straight back-legged, little frail in his tail set for me, but certainly a nice goat. This goat right here intrigues me. I think, honestly, this goat is very, very good. And what I like about him is his front foot is big. He's super broad in his chest. He's a big rib type of a goat that still, I think, has a good hip and hind leg. For me, what his problem is we compare him probably to another one out here. When you get right in behind him, this goat's wanting to bloat. He's holding some air. His loin edge isn't as big and square and broad right there, and at times we lose his spine, and he wants to break right in behind his shoulder. When he looks like that right there, I'm thinking winner, chicken dinner. At times when he loses his back, I'm thinking, man, I don't know if he's good enough in his just balance to get a piece of it. When he takes off and goes, that is the moderate, fat steer, chunky image that's wide open and awesome built. I just wish that goat would maintain a little more strength in his back. Second in that class, I thought a fresh composition, pipey-bodied one, got just a little plane there at the top of his hip as we compare him there to our class winner. I like this goat quite well. In a goat, for me, that balance is good from the profile. His front foot is big, and he's wide in his chest and runs straight uphill. Got a beautiful turn right in behind his shoulder, and when he takes off and goes and sets, that goat resembles a high-quality balanced image. He wants to pull in his hock just a little bit, and he's a little steep in his hip, if I'm going to call a spade a spade. But I think certainly a nice goat that brings a lot of value to this particular lineup. Our second place goat in this last class, a goat that I think is very, very nice balanced. He runs uphill. He's got a good shape to him, little frail in his feature. The goat that was second in that class, or eventually second, wide open. He's got a big back and a front forearm. I'm going to be honest with you, I'm struggling here just a little bit. I had my mind made up in this particular division, and now I've got to re-rack and refire. I'm going to take another look and kind of shake the cobwebs off. We'll get you an awesome champion in this particular division and an awesome reserve. Let's compliment him with a nice round of applause.
And your middleweight champion from Class 10, congratulations, Caroline Sullivan. Your reserve champion from Class 9, congratulations, Zeta Hofing. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, let's congratulate these middleweight division exhibitors. We are ready for our heavyweight division drive. First place exhibitor from Class 12, Will Morris, Johnson County. From Class 13, your first place exhibitor, Caroline Sullivan, Hancock County. From Class 14, first place, Vivian Sycophus, Whitley County. From Class 15, your first place exhibitor, Stetson Kephart of Johnson County. And from Class 16, your first place exhibitor, Caroline Sullivan of Hancock County. Second place exhibitors, Class 12, George Likens, Madison County. Class 13, Piper Unger, Sullivan County. Class 14, Ashley Weeble, Hamilton County. Second place from Class 15 is Lily Sycophus of Whitley County. And from Class 16, your second place exhibitor, Spencer Gottemiller of Randolph County. Let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Let's congratulate these first and second place heavyweight division exhibitors.
We got a big crowd here. Can you guys give it up a nice round of applause for this heavyweight division, please? Thank you. I'm going to be honest with you. That last division was tough, and that goat weighing out was really tough on me. But I'm going to be honest with you. I was thinking about this throughout the day. This is arguably the very best goat show I've ever judged from a depth and quality standpoint. And I want to say hats off to you guys around the ring, your breeders, the feeders, the families, everybody in here. I want to say hats off. This is an absolutely incredible show. This was a day on my calendar that I've been looking forward to for a long time since they called me last year. And I tell you what, I'm fired up to be here, and it's a real honor to be out here. This is a really, really good division, and I think a lights-out winner that we're going to get ready to pick here in just a minute. But it's going to be very, very close for reserve, and I'm under the impression we got a limo ride at stake or a grand drive. preview here at stake that we're going to go to the Coliseum here tonight, and I'm really looking forward to that. Let's talk about our goats. We got a really good one here that wins Class 1, just in terms of density and width and freshness. I love him. This goat is all man in terms of his chest and his front foot and forearm. Got the big whiskey barrel rib, and his loin edge is tremendous. I think a goat that is wide open built with tremendous power. Now, he hits and he squats, and I don't love his rump line. I've got to make that goat just a little better in his rump line and square him up, and he's hot going away from me. But I think in terms of just width and density and power, that goat's very, very good. Second in that class, little guys over there. That's a good-looking rascal now, long and tall and got a good look to him, beautiful face and a beautiful hind leg. He's just a little flat every direction for me. I thought this goat won this class very handily. He's a moderate, chunky, fat, steery one that's got the big pipes, real round rib, handles tremendous. Probably for me, a little just short in his stride as he goes, and I'd like to see him just a little quicker pace when he takes off and goes to walking. The one over there that was second in line, I think that pair of blonde-headed goats there look like flush mates. I don't know if they are or not, but they look like they could be. This one, real neat in terms of his pattern silhouette, up neck, needs just a little more horsepower when you get right in behind him, but a really, really nice goat. A crazy high-quality one here that wins this middle class of this particular division. I think a goat that is built right in terms of his front knee and shoulder blade, his long neck, beautiful spine in this guy, and I love him when he comes out of his shoulder and he's packing some heat from behind. You step back, you study him from a profile view, and you're wondering, is he just a little tight and tubular from his sheath back into his flank? Is he a little just hard in his jump muscle and where his loin connects in? That's my question mark on that guy, but that is one wickedly high-quality one that's got a lot of value and a lot of good pieces. I like this goat here, and I struggled a little bit in this class, told you, piecing it together. Wide open built, real chunky, real honest kind of a goat. For me, probably the plainest one out here at the crest of his neck and right there at the part of his chest and his forerib. And when I see him right here, he's just a little tied up and wants to pinch right there in the way his loin connects into the front part of his hip. But I thought a goat that won that class in a very, very good class in commanding fashion. Second place over there, I thought one standing still that had to be second. Wide open built, whiskey barrel rib, tremendous shape, just wants to pull his hock in and just wants to shuffle up underneath of himself a little bit too much for me. I thought a tremendous heavyweight class in a really, really good pair of them. This one that starts this particular class is a bona fide gangster. You want to talk about one that's got the big paws and the rope neck, flat back, tremendous hip and hind leg. He sits there. You want to talk about sheepy built. Everybody that's trying to make these goats sheepy built, this one will make you happy because he's tall shoulder and he's round rib. I want him to look like good production stock that's fat, steery, and wide open. He is a country mile wide through his chest. He's got a tremendous whiskey barrel, and you get right here and you study the upper part of his hip and the way he goes to the ground, that is more what I'm talking about right there. Knockout, deadly look, moves like a Cadillac in motion and parks and looks like a show winner. That one's very nice. The one that is second in that class, I thought this was the best pair of the day. That is one wild-chested, opened up, mean-headed, grizzly-necked one that is fat and big in terms of his forearm. You get right here and he's packing as much heat down his back as that one is. He runs out of gas just a little bit as you study him in his upper hip, but I'm telling you, that is one wild-looking, wide-open built one that has got a tremendous hind leg. Knockout deadly division, we got a pair of them that are going to look like absolute man among boys tonight. They both come out of the last class. Nice job.
And your heavyweight champion from Class 16, congratulations, Caroline Sullivan. Your reserve heavyweight division champion, also from Class 16. Congratulations, Spencer Gottemiller. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, let's congratulate all of our Weather Goat exhibitors. Exhibitors, I've got 11:23. Let's start the Weather Dam show at 11:30. Give our judge just a few minutes and we will be ready to start our Weather Dam show at 11:30. So exhibitors, please bring, this is your first call, that Class 1 Weather Dam class. We need you ringside and ready, please. Class 1 Weather Dams, ringside and ready, please. Once again, exhibitors, we need those Class 1 meat goat weather dams ringside and ready. Class 1 meat goat weather dams ringside and ready, please. We are ready to get underway with our Weather Dam show. Please bring in that Class 1 meat goat weather dams. These does weigh 50 to 53 pounds. Class 1 in the ring, please. First call, Class 2. Class 2 weather dams. We need those Class 2 weather dams ringside and ready, please. Class 2.
Nice way to kick off our Weather Dam show. Just a nice little cute one here to start. I think she fits a lightweight Weather Dam class very well. She's the highest quality in here, and as you study her up front, she's the skinniest neck, the stoutest headed, and then as you work back in her, she's got a big old butterfly back and a really stout upper hip. She's the stoutest anywhere you want to measure them in this particular class. I think we'll break her down a little bit more in division, but I think in the grand scheme of things, she needs to win this class and do so handily. The second doe in this particular set has just the second most to her. She's good ribbed. She's got a good top. She's got enough muscle from behind. I study her from the profile, and for me, she's a little low pinned, a little high spine. I need to just make that relationship just a little neater as we study him from the profile. The goat here in 3, I think, is a neat-looking little doe that's got a high-quality head, neck, and shoulder blade. For me, she's just got to have more upper hip shape, and right through the seat of her britches, I'd like to stouten her up. 4 and 5, I'm going to sound pretty synonymous here. These goats are sound. They just need a little more muscle. 6, 7, 8, and 9, I think, are all the same. Sound goats just need a little more power and flair. Nice job. Good way to kick off our doe show.
We are ready for Class 2. Class 2, weather dams. These goats weigh 54 to 57 pounds. Class 2 in the ring. Results of Class 1. Class 1, weather dams. First place, and congratulations, Briar Carey. Second place exhibitor, Cooper Rollins. Third, Caden Zolman. Fourth place exhibitor, Riley Sweden. Fifth, Dawson Husband. Sixth place was Braxton Sweden. Seventh, Colton Boone. And eighth was Braxton Sweden. Once again, congratulations to those Class 1 Meat Goat Weather Dam exhibitors. Class 3 exhibitors, Class 3 Weather Dam, Meat Goat Weather Dams. We need you ringside and ready, please. Class 3 Meat Goat Weather Dams, ringside and ready, please. Once again, exhibitors, we're going to do the Weather Dam show just like we did the Market Weather show. We're going to show all the way through all the classes, show all the way through all the classes, then we'll come back and pick your division champions. So our division champion drives will be after Class 12. For those of you, Ashley Weeble and Levi Recker, we need your weather dams for Class 3. Class 3 Meat Goat Weather Dam, Levi Recker and Ashley Weeble. We need you ringside and ready, please.
Really nice pair here on the top end. This particular class, a good set of little lightweights, and I think as you study this class winner from the profile, that's where she needs to start. I like quality stock that's built like this with a rope neck and a real stout head and feature. She's got it. I think she looks really good running loose. That's a strong top level hip, beautiful hind leg. I think she outpowers the one in second in terms of upper hip and just leg and stifle shape. Beautiful balance, neat silhouette, nice place to start. I'm going to be honest with you, she's prolapsing just a little bit as she walks around, and we fight that quite a bit at home. I don't really love that, but I think in terms of quality, just phenotypic design and stock, she needs to start this class. The one here in second, a wide built one that's got a big upper hip and a good leg shape. I study her up front. She's playing her through the point of her shoulder and right there in the way that she ties everything together. Moderate, good rib, chunky, stout, need to be a little neater up front. The goat in three, I like quite well from the profile. This doe is long neck, really neat in her top line and silhouette. For me, she just needs to be a little more consistent in her handle down her top. Holds a little air. She wants to get bigger in terms of her rack. You fall back into her loin and wants to get a little frail. As we go on down the line, I thought a goat that needed to be a little better built. That was powerful in four, big topped and thick ended, just a little straight off both ends. Round out the top five with a really big topped one that's just too round built and wants to get shaped like a U. Work on down the line, some structural differences here. The sort 6, 7, and 8. Got a pair of colored does that need a little more power in 9 and 10. Great class. My compliments to a great set of kids on a job well done.
Our next class will be Class 3. Class 3 meat goat weather dams. These does weigh 58 to 62 pounds. Class 3 in the ring. First call, Class 4. Class 4, meat goat weather dams. This is your first call to the makeup ring, please. Class 4, first call. Results of Class 2. Class 2, meat goat weather dams. First place, and congratulations, Style Staunch. Second place exhibitor, Briar Carey. Third, Levi Wecker. Fourth place exhibitor, Jake Naylor. Fifth, Caden Zolman. Sixth place exhibitor, Madeline Brockhouse. 7, Creed Dice. Eighth place was Hannah Alberts. 9, Cora Feltner. And 10th place exhibitor, Alexis Cook. Once again, congratulations to those Class 2 meat goat weather dam exhibitors. would like to take this opportunity and introduce our judge for the day. For those of you that maybe joined us later, please meet Mr. Skylar Stockton. Skylar comes to us from Nevada, Missouri. He grew up raising show cattle and goats with his family. He was an active member in 4-H and FFA and judged livestock at the collegiate level. Skylar currently resides in Lubbock, Texas, where he is the livestock judging coach and a PhD candidate studying ruminant nutrition at Texas Tech University. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together, give a warm Hoosier welcome to Mr. Skylar Stockton. Also, maybe some of you that's joined us a little late, if you've got friends and family back at home that couldn't make it here to the Indiana State Fair, let them know that we are live streaming the show, live streaming our Market Dam show, ringside.com, ringsidelive.com. Ringsidelive.com is the website.
Nice pair of them here. I think a real tight pair, and I like both of these goats a lot. I think they're both represent a similar kind. They're both blonde-headed ones first and foremost, but they got a big busted open rib in them. They're moderate. I think these goats will stay pretty small in their mature frame size, and I don't mind that. They're busted open, they're hip, and they got a good leg shape. Our class winner is just so much more mobile in motion. She's got more reach to her knee and out of her shoulder blade. She's better in her spine, and she's better in her hind leg. I think more flexibility and more bone. I think that's a combination that we just have to start there. The one here in second, when this one came in and she plopped up there from a rear three-quarter angle, I thought she just was going to win this class because she's super fresh. She's very good compositionally. I love her back. I love her just turn to her loin and her power she has. For me, I call her just a nickel two vertical, and she hops off of both ends. I need her to reach stride and just lunge just a little better out of her front and rear skeleton. Paint goat in 3, interesting from the side. Big-legged, long-bodied, runs uphill. For me, just a little tight-backed and a little frail in terms of her loin edge and a little rounder in her hip. I like this one in terms of her lower skeleton. Need to fix her up high. I thought the paint goat that came next balanced better than the black-headed one in 5. This one's long-bodied, got a great silhouette, needs a little more power. We round out the top 5 with a good-shaped one that's just a little tight-topped and a little round off both ends. Compliments to these exhibitors on a nice job. Tremendous class all the way through.
Our next class will be Class 4. Class 4, meat goat weather dams. These does weigh 63 to 67 pounds. Class 4 in the ring. Results of Class 3. Class 3, meat goat weather dams. First place, and congratulations, Ashley Weeble. Second place exhibitor Reese Oliver. Third, Levi Wechter. Fourth place exhibitor Maisley Bunger. Fifth, Kinsey Polk. Sixth place was Stella Burns. 7, Caitlin Crum. Your eighth place exhibitor was Morgan Jones. Ninth, Wyatt Smith. 10th place was Heather Stiegel. Once again, congratulations to those Class 3 Meat Goat Weather Dam exhibitors. Class 5 exhibitors, Class 5. We need you ringside and ready, please. Class 5 Meat Goat Weather Dams, ringside and ready, please. Tucker Jones. Tucker Jones, we need your doe for Class 5. Tucker Jones, Class 5, ringside and ready, please. Exhibitors, once you have completed showing here at your Indiana State Fair, you are free to leave at your leisure. However, before you go, we need you to clean out all bedding. Remove all bedding from your pens. That bedding goes just on the south side of the Champion Pavilion, here the Draft Horse Barn, just to the east of the breezeway. There's a pile over there. Just dump it in that pile. Loadout is just like you loaded in. So you'll come around the west end of the Elements Financial Blue Ribbon Pavilion. You'll load out the south doors here of the Draft Horse Barn and exit around the east end of the Sheep Barn. Once again, once you're done showing, you're free to leave at your leisure. Just clean your pens. Loadout is the same way it was when you come in.
Good class here. I believe this is our last class in our lightweight division, and one of the bigger classes we've had today, and one of the better ones. I think we're 5 deep, and I think we got a really, really good pair of them here on the top end. They're both really wide, and they're really, really muscular. Hey, Bubba, let's set those front feet down. Honestly, I think she looks better there. Yep. When her feet are down, I think this doe really, really balances good from the side. And that settles the score in between this pair of does for me. When they take off and go in motion, we got one that hops and skips out of her hind leg and the one that's in second. And we got one that's an athlete that's better in her rump line and better in her spine and the one that starts. This doe that starts is very nice. She's high quality. And I thought to myself, if these two are running around the pen at my house, which one am I going to like better? No questions asked, the one that starts. I think her neck set, her shoulder design, her belly, I think just in terms of the way that her body stays truer into her. She's not as just full and bloated up in terms of her ribs. She runs uphill and is a little stronger there and behind it. I think that doe's got generating value and looks like a weather dam out here. Nice place to start. The doe in second's intriguing. You get on either end, and that's a massive chest, a massive rump line, and just really, really pulled apart kind of a doe. I'm going to be honest with you. I think she bloats. She holds too much air. She runs downhill up front. She pulls her hind leg in, hops and skips out of her hind leg, need her to reach and go, more athletic. I love the design of the one here in 3. I think a beautiful built, awesome rope necked one that's got an awesome hip and hind leg. For me, I step around behind her. I need just a little more barrel turn there. I need her to be a little wider in terms of her chest, but I'm telling you, that is one cool looking one that is built incredibly well. I like the doe in 4. We could move her up a spot or two. I'd just like to see her walk, and that's my problem with her. Big footed. She stands there beautiful in terms of her look up front. I would like to make her rib a little wider and her rump a little wider. She just never wanted to go, and I'd like to see her in motion. We round out the class here, our top 5, with a long-bodied, big-ribbed one that I think certainly has some substance to her. She's just a little chuffy-necked and a little over in terms of her knee. Great class. My compliments to you kids. Man, it's been a great goat show so far today, and I've really enjoyed myself. Let's compliment these kids with a nice round of applause around ringside, if you will, please.
Our next class will be Class 5. Class 5, Meat Goat Weather Dams. These does weigh 68 to 70 pounds. Class 5 in the ring. Results of Class 4. Class 4, first place and congratulations, Logan Miller. Second place exhibitor, McKenna Franklin. Third, Elizabeth Blackburn. Fourth place was Caden Parks. Fifth, Logan Francis. Sixth place exhibitor, Tegan Walker. 7, Briar Kari. Eighth place exhibitor, Kimber Stettenbins. 9th, Jonathan McMillan. 10th, Taylor Stone. 11th place exhibitor, Dalton Husband. And 12th was Molly Trammell. Once again, congratulations to those Class 4 Meat Goat Weather Dam exhibitors. First call, Class 5. Class 5 Meat Goat Weather Dams. This is your first call to the makeup ring, please. I'm sorry, Class 6. Class 6. We need you ringside and ready, please. Class 6, ringside and ready. For those of you around ringside, I'm sure you've noticed our banners here around the show ring, and we'd certainly like to draw your attention to those sponsors. Without these folks, it would be impossible for us to put on our goat show here at the Indiana State Fair. So we certainly want to thank all of our sponsors. Of course, our premier sponsor is the Indiana Farm Bureau. They're not only involved here in the goat barn, the sheep barn, but in all the barns throughout the Indiana State Fair. Super supporters, not only with the shows themselves, but the Grand Drive, the Supreme Drive. Just tremendous supporters here at the Indiana State Fair, and we certainly appreciate all their help, the Indiana Farm Bureau. Also, other sponsors that we want to thank and acknowledge, Willoughby Sales, Umbarger Show Feeds. Umbarger Show Feeds have been in business since 1939, making feed specifically for all the different show animals. Evolution Show Feeds, Farmers National Company, K6 Livestock, Jacobs Show Goats, Stock Show Secrets, Luke Wecker Livestock. We certainly want to thank all of those sponsors and their generosity in helping us put on all of our shows here at the Indiana State Fair. Cora Cole. Cora Cole, we need your Class 6 Meat Goat Weather Dam ringside and ready.
I know we got a big crowd, and it's Sunday, but I hope we're not too sleepy. This is a great goat show. Don't be afraid to clap and cheer on your kids, because I promise you, if you're not going to be cheering them on, nobody else is either. So make sure and clap and be excited. It's a big day here at the Indiana State Fair, and a tremendously high-quality event here in our top 5. I think a really, really nice one to start this class. You want to talk about a pipey rib? That thing is laid in there right. I love just the width to her chest, the spring that she's got in terms of her heart and her forearm. Balances beautifully from the side. Big, stout face and head. Balances very good in her top line in motion. I like her a good bit to start, and you do a great job showing that one as well. The one here in second, I really, really like this one's just back shape, and when you study her right here from the side, that one's flat back, beautiful underline, up and elevated up front, got a cool head to go with it. She moves in motion. She drops her pins. She shuffles her hind leg and puts too much just scoop in her hind leg, and I'd like to see her just a little square there. I think we're just a nickel of hip away here in the doe in third from really moving up the line a spot or two. I like this one's bone. I like her feature. I think a doe that runs uphill and gives us a good look. She needs just to be a little firmer in her muscle shape and give me just a little more power there at the top part of her hip. We're not short on power in the 1 and 4 by any means. This is arguably the biggest, top, thickest end one in this class. My problem is she's just a little too tight back. She's high in her spine. She's a little lower in her rump, runs downhill, and just gets a little forward in her knee. We round out a top 5 with an awesome built one. The young man does a really good job showing. He's been in the ring several times today. Bud, your doe just needs to be wider for me. She's just a little narrow, but I like her build and I like her design a good bit. I'll talk to 1 and 6 because I think she's deserving. This is a high-quality doe. I think she's got a good shape to her, round rib. For me, she's just a little too tied up in motion. The rest of them, I think, get a little plain in motion, but the muscle and width is certainly there. Great class. My compliments to you exhibitors. Let's give them a nice round of applause, please. Thank you.
In the ring at this time, we are ready for Class 6. Class 6, Meat Goat Weather Dams. In the ring, please. These does weigh 71 to 74 pounds. Class 6. Class 7 meat goats, we need you ringside and ready. Class 7 meat goat weather dams, ringside and ready, please. Results of Class 5. Class 5 meat goat weather dams. First place, and congratulations, Bailey Moore. Second place exhibitor, Morgan Tallman. Third, Avery Feltner. Fourth place exhibitor, Taylor Ferguson. Fifth, Brody Adams. Sixth place, Indy Clifford. Seventh place exhibitor, Tucker Jones. 8, Cora Malt. Ninth place exhibitor, Cord Bailey. 10th, Chloe Brown. 11th place was Alexis Cook. And 12th, Emerson Stutzman. Once again, congratulations to those Class 5 Meat Goat Weather Dam exhibitors.
Really good class here. I think a really exciting top five. And I really like all the goats in this particular set. I think 6 through down the line there just need a little more pop and flair and muscle, but I think they're productive goats and have a lot of good in them. When this goat came in right here, I thought, man, this looks like a little slick shear mama cow that we have back at the house, moderate, chunky, and wolfy rib. I love this goat. I'm going to be honest with you. I like her a good bit. I like her size. I like her shape. I think this one's got a beautiful back. She's got a great curl to her stifle. She's natural in terms of her muscles. She's got a great hind leg. I think a moderate one that's got a lot of quality, a tremendous amount of value, and I like her a good bit. We get just a little bit wicker bill hind-legged here on the 1 and 2nd, but I love the front 2/3 of this doe. She's wide-chested, and when I go in to handle this one, she has got as clean a back and as big a loin edge as anything in this class. My problem is she sucks up in her flanks. She's a little long hind-legged, unsure where she wants to set it, both standing still and in motion. I think that doe offers a lot of breeding versatility because she's flexible. We just got to make that hind leg a little square. The 1 and 3 was the best in motion of our remaining group. I think a doe that's real sporty in her top line. She runs uphill. She's sound, a little flat and wedgy ribbed. I like this one standing still. The 1 and 4, long body, runs uphill, sheepy looking. Got a good top and a good shape in her. For me, just too tight flanked, a little vertical and a little flat in terms of her hind leg. But for me, I think a doe that just balances better in motion and a little more flexible than what we round out our top 5 with. The 1 and 5, man, I love her power. She's so stout and wide, just not sound enough off of those rear wheels. Great class all the way through. My compliments to these kids. Been a great weather dam show so far. I expected nothing less. Nice job.
We are ready for Class 7. Class 7 meat goat weather dams in the ring, please. Class 7. First call, Class 8. Class 8, Meat Goat Weather Dams. This is your first call to the makeup ring, please. Results of Class 6. Class 6. First place, and congratulations, Stetson Kephart. Second place exhibitor, Delaney Gaff. Third, Brock Tracy. Fourth place exhibitor, Skylar Hartwell. Fifth was Cabry Messersmith. Sixth place, Hannah Alberts. 7, Cora Cole. Eighth place exhibitor, Molly Trammell. Ninth, Craig Kiefaber. 10th was Brantley Ryder. 11th place exhibitor, Lane Wetzel. Once again, congratulations to those Class 6 Meat Goat Weather Dam exhibitors. Kirsten Haynes, David McMillan, and Adriana Martin. We need you ringside and ready for Class 8. Kirsten Haynes, David McMillan, Adriana Martin. Ringside and ready, please.
Good class here. I think a tremendous amount of quality down the lineup, 1 through 5. I had my decision made on my class winner pretty quick, and I thought the shuffle was between 2 and 3. The goat in the second fits my class winner a little bit better than the 1 and 3, and we'll talk about those two in just a bit. Here's what I like about my class winner. You want to talk about power. I think she's got the width and the openness through her chest and heart and forerib like what we see in the 1 and 3rd, with the same kind of style, balance, and design of the one we see in second. I think a doe that runs uphill. She's beautiful in terms of her progression of width from her shoulder blade back into her rump. I like her design. I like her neck set. I like the way it ties into her blade. Beautiful underline in that one. She's better in terms of her rump and right there in the way her loin connects into her jump muscle compared to the one in second. I think a doe that represents style, female quality with extra horsepower to boot. Nice class winner to start. The one here in second, I really like this one. From her last rib forward, this thing has got a stout head, a stout foot, and really powerful through her chest and right in her blade and forearm. Right here, she's just a little coarse. For me, I need to make her better in her loin edge and the way it ties into her jump. She wants to get a little short and bobby there out of her hip and tail, but I think that one offers a tremendous amount of quality. I'm not going to lie to you. I like the doe in third. I think a goat that offers a tremendous amount of breeding value. She's so wide and she's really fat, steery built. For me, I just think she's probably a little low to the ground and a little punchy today. And for me to say that, she really is. She's a little chuffy neck. She's a little bit short out of her hip. I need to lengthen her and stretch her out off both ends. In a show ring setting, she just doesn't want to balance up like the goats in 1 and 2. I think a good breeding piece here in 4. She's probably not as flashy as the goats in 1, 2, and 3, but pipey body, big rump, runs uphill. I need more bone on that one. She's just a little frail at the base of her foot, little slicker hair type of a doe. Doesn't bring forth just the extra extreme quality of what we see in 1, 2, and 3. We round out a top 5 with a long body, good built one here. I thought her flexibility was deserving to get her in the top 5. For me, runs out of gas as we work down her top and from behind. Great class. My compliments to you kiddos. Job well done. Been a great doe show so far this afternoon. Nice job.
Our next class will be Class 8. Class 8, meet goat weather dams in the ring, please. Class 8. These does weigh 77 to 80 pounds. Class 8 in the ring. Results of Class 7. Class 7, first place, and congratulations, Delaney Gaff. Second place exhibitor, Loger Francis. Third place, Bailey Moore. Fourth place exhibitor, Parker Miller. Fifth, Kelby Kale. Sixth place exhibitor, Brody Dice. 7, Ross Edwards. Eighth place was exhibitor Taylor Stone. 9, Kennedy Stutzman. 10th place was Caitlin Crum. And 11th was Lydia Mills. Once again, congratulations to those Class 7 Meet Goat Weather Dam exhibitors. Exhibitors, we need those Class 9 weather dams ringside and ready, please. Class 9 ringside and ready, please.
Great class, a real easy class winner here. 3 steps in the ring. You get a neck that long and leg that big, and it's going to be tough to turn. This thing right here has got a lot of value, and I really, really like her. She looks like a female to me. It looks like something that you could breed to one of them wound-up bucks, and she'd keep them correct. Or if you want to take her probably just a little safer built, and in long term, I think that one generates a tremendous amount of value. Looks like a weather maker. Looks like you'd like to have 100 does out of her. That's the kind of stock that I like to hang my hat on. Really, really good from the profile. Long neck, beautiful spine, hip and hind leg is good. And what makes her unique, her feet and her legs and just her density at the ground, that's arguably the biggest legged animal we've had in the ring this far today, including the weather show. She is massive in terms of her legs. She can roll. She's got a good look to her. That's a really good one to start the class. The one in second gives up too much bone, but I thought her body shape and her balance from the side was very good. Pipey rib, really good shape coming down her back, and I love her upper hip shape. For me, just needs to have a little more feature and a little more stoutness there in terms of her pipes. The one in third and the one in fourth are interesting. I thought I was going to pull them in motion because I thought they were a little plain and soggy built, but I think we get them propped up, and they just represent good stock. They're wide, they're genuine. I thought this one had more power than the one in four. She's just too plain in motion, loses her top line, gets a little round up. The one in four, I like this doe from the profile in terms of neck length and just center body turn, runs out of gas through her stifle. We round out the top 5 with one that I think would fit some people because she's wild-necked and she's really hard back. She's just a little stringy built and a little tight and tubular for my taste. Great class. My compliments to you kids. Job well done. I think the doe show's incredibly good this afternoon. Let's compliment it with a nice round of applause, if you will.
Our next class will be Class 9. Class 9, meat goat weather dams. These does weigh 81 to 84 pounds. Class 9 in the ring. Results of Class 8. Class 8. First place, and congratulations, Piper Unger. Second place, exhibitor Cooper Ostrom. Third was Tegan Walker. Fourth place exhibitor, Adriana Martin. Fifth, Parker Miller. Sixth place exhibitor, Reagan Jackson. Seventh, Chloe Ayers. Eighth place was exhibitor Kirsten Haynes. 9, David McMillan. 10, Colton Lordy. And 11th place was Haley Polk. Once again, congratulations to those Class 8 Meat Goat Weather Dam exhibitors. Class 10. Class 10 exhibitors, we need those Meat Goat Weather Dams ringside and ready, please. Class 10, ringside and ready, please.
I believe this is our first break in our heavyweight division and got a nice set of those. We got kind of a little pumpkin to start this particular class. She's little and moderate and chunky, but I'm okay with that. I think she just represents the most quality. I think from their cape line forward, that one's really, really good. I love her chest and just her forearm and front foot. I think a sound, though, that gets out here and can stride long when she wants to show for the young lady. I think her attitude's the biggest problem. That doe, she just is really wanting to fight and not be a show doe, but she's got a big rib, big barrel in her, and I really like just the shape to her upper hip. Probably not as just streamlined and as sheepy as the one in second. I think, in my opinion, good stock is wider in their lower rib, and they've got some body in them. I think something you could turn out and look at when they go out into production, and that is something that I value about our class winner. The one in second, good body. She's better ribbed and better in her upper hip than the one in third. Doesn't have as much rib or doesn't have as much upper hip as her class winner, so I thought she just fit right in between. Sound, good built, runs uphill, needs just a little more mustard down her back and a little more heat right there at the top part of her hip. The black-headed doe here in third is interesting because she's super sound and good built and square. I just need more heat in the top part of her hip, right through the base of her leg. She just gets a little flat and peaked. Young man does a really good job, bud. You do an awesome job showing. I don't know who's helping you or whatever, but I want to compliment you on that. As good a showman as we've had today. This doe's awesome built. She's just a little frail. She's a little staffy, and it's taken away from her hide and just her hair quality. But you do a good job. Young man here in five, a long-bodied, good built doe that just gets the plainest in motion in terms of her shoulder design and the way she's built up front. Tremendous class, great class winner. Once again, my compliments to you exhibitors on a job well done. Nice job, guys.
We are ready for Class 10. Class 10, Meat Goat Weather Dams. These does weigh 85 to 89 pounds. Class 10 in the ring. Class 11 exhibitors, Class 11, we need you ringside and ready, please. Class 11, Meat Goat Weather Dams, ringside and ready, please. Results of Class 9. Class 9, first place and congratulations, Piper Unger. Second place exhibitor, Quinn Overbeck. Third, Natalia Byerly. Fourth place exhibitor, Siler Hartwell. Fifth, Caden Zolman. Sixth place exhibitor was Cord Bailey. 7, Cora Feltner. Eighth place was Carly Thomas. And ninth was Josie Buck. Once again, congratulations to those Class 9 Meat Goat Weather Dam exhibitors. Spencer Gottemiller. Spencer Gottemiller. We need your weather dam for Class 11. Spencer Gottemiller, Class 11, ringside and ready.
Good class. I tell you what, the thoughts running through my mind on our Doe show here today. If you guys had a sale at the end of this, I guarantee there'd be some action because there's a lot of good ones throughout this particular set of them. I really, really like our top 5 here, and I think our top pair is interesting. They're different kinds. I think we got a better built one, nicer balanced one in second. We got one with more horsepower and just more of my kind in that start. She's bigger in her front forearm. Her chest is wide, and when you get your hands on her, she's a little bigger in her loin edge and bolder in the turn right to her heart. I really, really like the doe that starts in terms of just hind leg and stoutness there. She's a little rounder rumped, and that's what makes it close in between first and second. But I think that doe for me has just got too much quality in the front 1/3 of her body to get turned in this particular set. This is a whale of a good doe here in second. She probably fits more of a show doe than the goat that even starts. Beautiful line. I love her spine. I love her look up front. Big chest in that one. For me, when I get right on the top of her, here's my problem. I need a little more upper hip. She's kind of wanting to get pwned up just a little bit around her tail. I think her forerib shape and her barrel's good. I need just a little more right there. But you do a great job showing. My compliments to you. That's a nice doe. The one in third, balance is great from the side. Young man does a good job with her. I think she's sound as the day is long. I think you take her to kind of one of them wide, kind of chunky bucks. I think this one breeds a lot of value to what you're doing. I think for me, in this particular setting, you get in the front of these things, she's narrower chested, flatter armed. I think you get behind her, same story, needs a little more through the seat of her britches. I like just the power and muscularity in the goat that we have that comes in for. She's big topped, really thick ended. She's a little straight in her shoulder, a little straight from behind. Doesn't balance and piece together quite as good in her top line. Interesting goat here that rounds out our top 5. Wide open, got a neat neck for me, a little broken back, a little round hip, probably just honestly a little dwarfy looking from the side. I like this one's power. I rid her the planer in motion of the top 6. We work on down the line. The goats need a little more power and bulk, but they're certainly good looking and have a tremendous amount of flexibility. My compliments to you guys on a great doe show, and I thought a really, really good top 5 in this particular class as well.
Our next class will be Class 11. Class 11 meat goat weather dams. These does weigh 90 to 94 pounds. Class 11 in the ring, please. Results of Class 10. Class 10, first place, and congratulations, Colton Kephart. Second place exhibitor, Delaney Gaff. Third, Davis Miller. Fourth place exhibitor, Levi Wecker. Fifth, Owen Grinstead. Sixth place, Corbin Wilt. Seventh place exhibitor, Hadley Jackson. Eighth was Jacob Vogel. Ninth, Reese Cole. And 10th was Brackney Fulford. Once again, congratulations to those Class 10 meat goat weather dam exhibitors. First call, Class 12. Class 12, meat goat weather dams. This is your first call to the makeup ring, please. Class 12.
Hayden Feltner, we need you at the makeup ring.
We can do a lot of things in this class, but we can't beat the one that starts. If you want to talk about how livestock needs to be built, in my opinion, take a look here. Honest to God, I like her standing still better than I do braced. I think her build is just so flawless. She's got just a beautiful skull, and her neck sets right, and her spine is perfect, and her hip and her hind leg go together with tremendous quality. We talk a lot about, we want to make the next generation better, and how do we do that? Find stock that looks like that, breed them to a good billy, and you'll have something wide, sound, awesome looking. Very, very good. The one here in second needs a little more bone relative to our winner. She's a big top, big-ended one that's got, I think, a really, really nice view from the profile. We start comparing just extras in terms of face and width to her chest and just stoutness to her front foot. We're a distant second behind a real fast runner that started us off in this particular set. From this one's about last rib forward, from her 13th forward, I think she can run with her winner. She's the tallest shouldered. She's got a really, really just beautiful presence to her, a nice front foot. When I handle this one, I think she's got a nice turn right in there behind her blade, and her loin edge is big. Young lady, for me, this doe's just a little steep hipped, and she wants to funnel in back into her pin set and pulls her hock in. From her last rib forward, I really like her. From her last rib back, I need to modify and tweak just a bit. Little guy here in four is doing a good job. I like this doe. A little plainer in terms of just her bone and just her top line at times, but I think when she takes off and goes, she's very nice. She's refined and feminine, and I think she's got a really long neck and a good look to her. For me, we're just a little behind in terms of bone and feature on that particular goat. The 1 in 5 didn't move good enough, or if she did, I think she'd be second in this particular class. She's round-bodied, fresh, got a great handle. She just has got a little hitch in her get along there in her rear wheels. Great class, tremendous quality all the way down. My compliments to you guys. Sort of the majority of these in motion. I think that's just where they need to stand. Nice job.
Our next class will be Class 12. Class 12, meet goat weather dams. These does weigh 97 to 109 pounds. Class 12, in the ring, please. Exhibitors, your next class will be our lightweight division drive. Lightweight weather dam division drive. We need first and second place. First and second place, classes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Ringside and ready, please. Lightweight weather dam division drive will be next. Results of Class 11. Class 11, first place, and congratulations, Spencer Gottemiller. Second place exhibitor, Katie Miller. Third, Delaney Gaff. Fourth place exhibitor, Logan Miller. Fifth, Caden Dillon. Sixth place exhibitor, Bailey Moore. Seventh, Chloe Ayers. Eighth was Ross Edwards. Ninth place, Brain Bishop. 10th, Caden Dillon. 11th place, I'm a Reason. 12th place is Kinsley Elsroth. 13th, Kimber Stettenbins. And 14th place was Jacob Vogel. Once again, congratulations to those Class 11 Meet Goat Weather Dam exhibitors. Once again, exhibitors, we need those first and second place. First and second place, lightweight Weather Dam division winners, classes 1, 2, 3, and 4. First and second place, classes 1, 2, 3, and 4, ringside and ready.
Our weather show was tremendous, I'm excited about tonight and really, really looking forward to our division drives and our goat show in just a minute. But I'm telling you, the goat show today, guys, was very, very good. There's high-level stuff here, and it's tough to find high-level ones, and I think we find another one here that starts this class. Her color's beautiful. Her kind's good. She's moderate, chunky, real stout up front, really, really big chest in this one, and it looks like to me she has got real punch working right through the center part of her body over her 13th this big and matches it from behind, gets out and moves like she should, and that color I really like. The one here in second, her best fuse in motion. She's sound as a tomcat, big old feet, and can get out and roll. Really like how high her neck is, and I think a doe that blends beautifully when she takes off and goes. We set her and hunch her back here when she's braced. She just gets a little tight flank. She progresses just a little shallower from her chest as we work back. I didn't see the same kind of upper hip shape or the same drop to her twist as what we see in our class winner. I love the color of this kind of birthmark faced one in 3, real typey built. She's got a good hoop there from behind, real strong in her top line, up neck. I call her the most vertical of what we see in our top 3. She outpowered the goat in 4, and that's why that pair went the way it did. I need to see this one go, and I know you're trying your hardest out here, but I just need to see her walk and be able to travel. Have a hard time getting a read on her skeleton. She's a little frail on her hind leg, a little stiff there, but got a good look to her propped up. The brown doe for me, I like her standing still. When she takes off and goes, she's too full up front in her chest. She's too light in her britches from behind. Didn't balance because of it. Great class, tremendous way to end our doe show here. I'm ecstatic about our division drive here in just a minute.
All right, we are ready. We are ready for our lightweight division drive. First place exhibitor from Class 1, Briar Carey. From Class 2, your first place exhibitor, Styles Staunch. Class 3, Amsley Ashley, struggle with some writing over here, Ashley Weeble, and your first place exhibitor from Class 4, Logan Miller. Second place exhibitors, Class 1, Cooper Rollins. Class 2, Briar Carey. From Class 3, your second place exhibitor, Reese Oliver. And from Class 4, second place, McKenna Franklin. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate these first and second place lightweight division Weather Dam exhibitors. Real quick, I want to give you Class 12 placings. First place, and congratulations, Class 12, Bryce Ostrom. Second place exhibitor, Hayden Feltner. Third, Quentin Dare. Fourth, Caden Dare. Fifth place exhibitor, Olivia Overbeck. Sixth, Kimber Stittenbens. Seventh, Everett Bishop. Eighth place was Paige Kittle. And ninth was Chloe Scott. Once again, congratulations to those Class 12 Weather Dam exhibitors. Middleweight division drive exhibitors. We need those first and second place Weather Dams classes 5, 6, 7, and 8. 5, 6, 7, and 8. First and second. Ringside and ready, please. Middleweight division drive will be next.
Tremendous division here, and I'm going to ask the crowd to do this on all three of them. But if you will, let's compliment these kids on their hard work with a nice round of applause. Thank you. This is not an easy task, and I know I've been blessed out here today. This has been one of the better goat shows I've been to, and I mean that in sincerity. This was really, really elite, high-level stuff, and I've commented on it several times. But one thing I haven't commented on, the banners you see around the ringside and the people that make this possible, I want to say thank you to those people as well. I'll make some more comments tonight, and then as we conclude here in our doe show in just a minute. But I want to thank you to the sponsors and the people here at the Indiana State Fair for having me and putting on an event like this where these kids can come out and showcase their hard work. We got a tough decision to make, and I know a trip to the Grand Drive at stake, so I've got to dig in here and make the right call. And I think it's very, very close, and I think some good stock all the way down the line. Here's what I see in this particular set of goats. I think a really, really nice lightweight up here. I mean, a really good built, really finesse, high quality one that can get around and move. She gets swallowed up by some of the goats that come right in behind her, but I really like that one in terms of just her quality and her balance. The one that was second in that class, more moderate, little more body, probably just a little plainer from the profile. We start heating it up right here in this class. This was a really, really good pair. I like our class winner a good bit. Really stout in terms of this one's feature. Runs uphill, tremendously good. I think her top shape and just her loin edge is absolutely tremendous. She gets maybe a nickel flatter in her hip, and main thing, I'd like to fix her prolapse just a little bit. But past that, I think arguably the highest quality one out here that brings a lot of good to the table. Second in that class, she ran on downhill on me just a little bit, but I think her back two-thirds are good. Wild in terms of top shape and rump shape. Beautiful hind-legged. Didn't balance quite like our class winner up here did. The goat that wins Class 3, I really like in terms of just her foot size and feature. She's a big, just forearm, big front-footed one that has got a beautiful look in terms of her front third. She gets a little high-backed and a little round in her rump. I think past that, a nice one. The one that was second, arguably the widest, biggest, thickest ended one that we have in this particular lineup, pound for pound. For me, she gets a little vertical off of both ends. I like this doe a lot here that wins Class 4 in motion. She's sound, she's wide, she's genuine in her body. She's got a good look to her as we study her up front. I think as you compare her to some of these, she's probably, gets a little just easier in her top line at times, and I could stout in her feature, but I think when we study these things walking and in the way they go, I like that one a good bit. The one that was second in that particular class over there, wide-chested, good rib, just a little high in terms of her flank, little rounder in her hip and motion. I think a pair of them that fit together very, very well. If you will, compliment the young man out of last class. That's our champion, young man out of Class 2 reserve. Nice job, gentlemen. Good work.
And your champion, lightweight division exhibitor, congratulations, Logan Miller, Boone County. Your reserve champion from Class 2, congratulations, Styles Staunch of Putnam County. Once again, congratulations to all of our lightweight division Weather Dam exhibitors. We are ready for our middleweight division drive. First place exhibitor from Class 5, Bailey Moore, Wells County. From Class 6, your first place exhibitor, Stetson Kephart of Johnson County. Class 7, Delaney Gaff, Noble County. And from Class 8, Piper Unger of Sullivan County. Second place exhibitors, Class 5, Morgan Tallman, Jasper County. Class 6, Delaney Gaff, Noble County. From Class 7, your second place exhibitor, Logan Francis of Whitley County. And from Class 8, Cooper Ostrom of Noble County. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together. Congratulate these middleweight division exhibitors. Heavyweight division exhibitors, heavyweight, Weather Dam division exhibitors. We need you ringside and ready. First and second place, classes 9, 10, 11, and 12. Ringside and ready, please.
Okie doke, I got my mind made up here. Let's give these exhibitors here in the middleweights a little bit of love and show them a nice round of applause. Thank you. I don't want to take anything away from the goats on the back line here, but it comes down between, I think, our class winners. And I'll talk about our seconds here real quick. Moderate, stout, chunky one that was second in Class 1, just a little round every direction. Wild-looking one there that was second in Class 2 with tremendous value long-term. Little steep-hipped and a little frail. I love the bubbly shape and the one that was second in this particular class that I thought was a really good pair for me. She's just a little high in her jump muscle, a little rough loin. Then we get back here to this last class. I thought this doe was really good shape. I just thought she needed a little bit more bone. I think it's really interesting in this particular division. We got a runaway winner, and then I think a decision that we have to make for reserve. We got, we'll talk our class winners here real quick. I love the moderation, the pipey build of the one that we lead off with in this particular division up front. She pulls her hawk in a little bit, but I think past that, she runs with some of these heavier weight ones in here in terms of pound for pound power. Got a beautiful head, a skinny neck, pipey rib, beautiful shape to her rump. For me, pulls her hock in just ever so slightly. This one right here, I told you, looked like a little slick shear donor cow. I mean, big grizzly bear rib, awesome back, really stout from behind. I like her hind leg. I got to make the call. It's just her front foot sound enough. She wants to snap and buckle about every third step. I want to set that back in her, make her a little sounder up front. But Cadillac, cool-headed, love her body, I love her lines, love her power. I really like the design of the doe that wins Class 3. That is a beautiful build, awesome spine, wide open one that's got a beautiful chest. I think in terms of just balance and quality, I like this one a good bit. Now, I need to lengthen her in her jaw and stouten her there. She's a little bit short mouth, and I'd like to give her just a little more upper hip shape if we're going to get critical. But that one is my speed in terms of look, barrel, and just overall width. I think she's very, very good. We got old Billy Big Legs here out of last class, and that one's really nice, young lady. Awesome footed, sound, rope neck, big hind leg that works well, handler down her back, and that thing has got a big shape that's jumping off of her and a beautiful loin edge. She's not the widest ribbed one out here, but I think her shape is exceptional and she's very, very nice. I think a very, very good set of them. Let's compliment them once again. I'll get you a champion in reserve picked out.
Heavyweight division exhibitors, we need you ringside and ready, please. You are next. Heavyweight division, ringside and ready. Results of your middleweight division drive. Your champion, middleweight weather dam exhibitor from Class 8. Congratulations, Piper Unger of Sullivan County. Your reserve champion from Class 7. Congratulations, Delaney Gaff of Noble County. We are ready for our heavyweight division drive. First place exhibitor, Class 9, Piper Unger, Sullivan County. From Class 10, your first place exhibitor, Colton Kephart of Johnson County. Class 11, Spencer Godemiller from Fulton County. And from Class 12, your first place exhibitor, Bryce Ulstrom of Noble County. Second place exhibitors, Class 9, Quinn Overbeck, Jasper County. Class 10, Delaney Gaff of Noble County. Class 11, second place, Katie Miller, LaGrange County. And from Class 12, your second place exhibitor, Hayden Feltner of Greene County. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate these heavyweight division weather dam exhibitors.
I believe this will be the last time I come to the mic in this particular ring. And so, if you will, can we compliment our show staff, our scale crew, everybody behind the scenes, and everybody with a nice round of applause, please? They've worked hard today. Thank you. A tremendous show, and I'm telling you guys, this show today was brutal. I don't know how many goat shows you go to in a year, but if you can compete here at the Indiana State Fair, you got your real prize. And this top end, the weathers were incredible, and I'm not so sure the top end of the does weren't just as good. And I mean that in sincerity. This was a really, really elite show today. That was high-level stuff. That was presented well, and we got one that's real special in this particular division in my mind. We'll talk our seconds first and then go to our class winners. Second in Class 1 runs uphill. Got a neat look to her from the side. For me, just runs out of britches as we study her right through her, the seat of her pants and up in her upper hip. But I like that one's uphill image a good bit. This was a nice pair here, and I really like just the chunky middle and wide open build. The young lady there in blue, that one's built right and I think very flexible. A little pwned up for me and a little plain in her upper hip. Second in this class, that was a really, really good pair of them. I like this one's back shape and rump shape a good bit. She runs uphill. She's got a really nice look to her. For me, I didn't think she was just in the same league in terms of bone or just cleanliness in terms of her back and in her jump muscle as we compare to our winner. Second, our heavyweights here, a doe that runs uphill, and I told you her best view was in motion, and it is. She's got big, really good feet and moves like a Cadillac in motion. For me, just a little sucked up in her flank and a little dry right there through the seat of her pants. Let's talk about our class winners. We'll name us champions, and I'll see you all tonight. Paint doe out of Class 1. I like her. I think she's wide and chunky built. For me, she just needs more upper hip and a little wider pin set, but I think her build up front is exceptional. I really like this doe here that comes out of Class 2. In terms of breeding value, I think she's got some of the most in here. She's got a really good chest, a really stout skull, a curly ear that I like quite well. She's got a big rib cage, a little steep in her hip, and probably just a little just plain right there. But I'm talking about wide open built, really good front foot, and a rib cage that I do dearly love. You want to talk about good livestock, we can talk about this red neat doe right here for a good while. I promise you if we had a sale, I would get close to buying her. I don't know how much she would bring, but I'd get close because this one right here is really, really good. Stout-headed, poker neck, got the big feet, and she can roll. I love that one's shape and just her body and how much power she's got from behind. I think a really high-quality doe that's got tremendous power. Our painted-up doe here that's out of our last class, I like that one quite a bit too. She's really good in her rib design. She handles good up high. She's getting just a little chuffy and plain. For me, I'd like to see her a little sportier in terms of her rib design, but I think that one's very, very high in stock. We got a runaway winner. Nice job, buddy. Class 3 is our champion. We'll take a nice look for reserve here. Let's compliment him with a nice round of applause.
And your heavyweight division champion, congratulations, Spencer Gottemiller, Randolph County.
I think this is where the real decision is, and I think it comes between a pair of class winners, a class winner out of Class 2 and the class winner there out of our last class, and I think both of those are very, very high quality. I'll be honest with you, I think the one that offers the most breeding value is the one out of Class 2, and the one that offers the most show doe qualities out of Class 4, so that's where I'm scratching my head just a little bit. Ultimately, I think I step back, I study them. One of them's a little ranker in terms of her chest and barrel. The other one's a little neater in terms of her hind leg. I think it's razor close between this pair, and I think they're both very, very nice. In my opinion, one of them just offers just a nickel more value long term in terms of just an extra stout head and a really ranked chest. I like the young man out of Class 2 to be reserved. Nice job.
And your reserve heavyweight Weather Dam exhibitor, congratulations, Colton Kephart of Johnson County. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that does conclude our Weather and Weather Dam show here in the Champions Pavilion. We'd certainly invite you and encourage you to join us this evening in the Coliseum, the greatest show on dirt, where we'll pick the Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Market Weather, Market Doe, Weather Dam Doe. We'll pick our Grand Champion Weather Sheep, Barra, Steer, Heifer. Greatest show on dirt. Starts at 6 o'clock, guys. You certainly want to be there. Don't miss it. Go out and enjoy the rest of your afternoon here at your